A very good morning to all my dear students. Today we are going to have another webinar on mobile application development. I hope you can hear my sound properly. And today we are going to have another webinar on mobile application development. And our speaker is going to be Mr. Alan. And some of you may have already know. Now he has turned on his camera. I think all of you can see him. We welcome Mr. Alan, and we are very, very grateful that you have agreed to participate and be a resource person in our webinar. And I also hope that all our students uh, will gain a lot of knowledge from your speech. And let me introduce Mr. Alan. And he is, some of you may have already known him, and he is one of the best programmer that we have in Mizoram. And uh, some of you may have already seen the applications that he have developed. He have developed many applications that we are currently use here in Mizoram, such as Sulnu applications and you know, uh, so new applications. And the other one that he have developed was that MOIC job portal, and so many other applications were developed by him. And we are very delighted to have him here in our webinar. He is also the CEO at Highland Consulting. Some of you might have already know. And as I already mentioned before, he is one of the best programmer that we have here in Mizoram, and he have lots and lots of experience. And I am, I hope that uh, all the students will have the best knowledge out of his speech. So please feel free to ask any questions. You can comment in the chat box. You can comment in the chat box, and those of you who are also watching from the YouTube live stream, you can uh, comment in the chat box in the YouTube live stream. So please feel free to ask any questions. And today, our webinar time is from 10 a.m. up to 3 p.m. Then we'll have a lunch break between 12 to 1 p.m. Then in between, if our speaker feels like we need a short breaks, some tea break or whatever break that he might want to have, uh, let us keep it in his hand. So whenever he feels like having a short break, he may instruct us for the same. So may I give the time to uh, Mr. Alan for starting his webinar, Mr. Alan Lalshet Puya, to have the speech in this webinar. Mr. Alan, your
Thank
time
you.
is.
Thank you very much. I think most of the attendees today, they speak Mizo. So I'll do the most part of the webinar in Mizo. And if there is any doubt or any confusion that comes along the way, you can ask any question in English, and I can answer them in English also. So just for the sake of the majority, I think it will be better if we do it in Mizo. Or if there's any other suggestion, you can say it now. If we can continue in English also, you can
Yeah,
continue in
Alan,
Mizo
sir,
also.
we have lots of audience who are non-Mizo speakers. So if you could please do it in English and make some clarification in Mizo also. I think
Oh,
some students have
thank you.
requested to conduct in English. That is right. If you could
Okay,
please.
no problem. First of all, I would like to ask one question to Sarzorema. Uh, are we supposed to have a hands-on, like practical session in the afternoon, or how do we go about it? I am planning to have a small presentation in the beginning, and afterwards we can do a hands-on. I'll do the practical, and then on the way, if the participants can also work on their own computer and do the same thing while in parallel, I think that may be good. I just wanted to know what is the plan.
Yes, if you could please guide us in a hands-on training, hands-on sessions, we will be very delighted. It will be, I think the students will also gain maximum knowledge with the hands-on training.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll get started. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. Mr. Zorma, he already gave a very nice introduction, which is not that I deserve. And first of all, yeah, my name is Alan, and as I already know, we started our company, this Leyland Consulting, in the year 2018. Before that, I used to work in the government. And after that, along with some of my friends, we started this company, knowing that there is a huge gap in the entrepreneurship environment, especially in the IT sector. So to cover that gap, we are setting up this company, and luckily we are on track. But however, due to this COVID situation, we are having quite a bit of a problem right now, but we are going to survive. And our main role and our main work in this company is we are trying to bring the IT, the technology to the people, to the government, so that it will be reachable, achievable, and then so that people like in Mizoram, they are not that techno savvy. So software needs to be very very easy to use, and it has to have a user experience that user can easily grab right from the start. So those kind of things are like right from the beginning, our mission and our vision. So even today, we are going to cover mobile application, which is one of the priority that we have in our company. Mobile application development has been long, for the past 10 years. It's one of the most at the forefront application development in the IT sector. I'm going to show you a small presentation. I forgot to share my screen. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I have prepared this schedule, and we are going to do this small introduction, and then after that we will do the setup and getting started portion, and then we'll go through the UI, the routing, the event, and the data persistence component of the mobile application. And then after that, we'll start working on the hands-on. We will build a to-do app, a very simple to-do app. It's one of the most common example application that used to be built by many tutorials and online classes. So we'll use the same thing. And first of all, I wanted to go through these statistics. It's very interesting. Back in 2015, I think, I was doing the same kind of workshop in Android application development in MZU. That time, the estimated worldwide smartphone user was about 2.6 billion worldwide. And yet it's expected to grow to 6.15 billion, I think, in the year 2020. But now the number is 7.1 billion. So it's more than the projection. And it's forecasted to be to 7.26 billion by next year. And in 2025, it's 7.49 billion. This is the estimated projection made by Statistica. So it's expected to exceed this projection again, actually. And in these smartphone users, the market share is distributed among Android and iOS and other smaller operating system. But Android, it's getting the maximum, the majority market share, and iOS is 26.96. So the rest of the OS like iOS and some other minority OS, they are there. But the majority operating system that we have to focus today is Android and iOS. Since iOS is gaining traction even in India, even though it's not that much in India. Right now, it's only 2.5 of the market share is covered by iOS, and 96% is Android in India. So, but the fact that many iOS users started to pop up even in Mizoram, we need to focus how to target those Android and iOS users together. So mostly this Android development and iOS development as a native development, we call it native application development because in native application development, we developed application only for Android using Java or Kotlin. And in iOS, we developed the same kind of native application using Swift or maybe some other cross-platform application. But to focus only on the native application development, we need to have two separate teams who are fluent with the native language. So it's very expensive even for the bigger companies. And especially for the startup companies like us and for new entrepreneurs to come, I think most of the people, most of the attendees, the participants today, you will be the next entrepreneurs in Mizoram also. So I think for those of us who are starting up, investment is very important. The cost and the time to develop this application, it's very important. So in order to focus and target this platform, where we are going to come is cross-platform application development. And in cross-platform application development, there are like several approaches, but what we are doing today is native approach. And in cross-platform application development, we have one code base. That means we write one program using one language, but it will be running on multiple platforms. So when we build the final end product, we build it for Android, we build the same code base for iOS, and we build the same code base for web and something like that for the desktop also. So one code base, and it runs on multiple platforms. So because we have one code base, it is easier to maintain. And since we have one code base, we can use one programming language, and we can have one team who works on the same code base. And the look and feel are like truly native. We're going to study and look into Flutter today, and the output is a native one. It's not a hybrid application, it's a native application, and it's going to run on multiple platforms. And as I've said, it's cost and time saving. There are many tools, many frameworks available today. Flutter is gaining popularity. It's not that old. This Flutter is like only about 3 or 4 years back it was released by Google. And React Native is already there in the market for about 10 years, and it's very mature. Ionic is there, Cordova and Xamarin. And this Ionic, Cordova, and Xamarin and React Native, they are based on JavaScript. And Flutter, it is using Dart programming language. And once we go into the practical side, I think you'll experience more about Flutter. And so today we are going to focus more on Flutter framework. So this will be our tools for the workshop. And for the database and the cloud services, we will be using Firebase service. And for the Flutter framework, we'll be basing most of our courses and our session on the documentation. And for the IDE, the development environment, we will be using Android Studio. And for some of you, we may be using Visual Studio Code. That is also allowed. It's one, like, for even myself, I use most of the time Visual Studio Code and sometimes Android Studio when I wanted to do like a details debugging of the application. So I use it interchangeably. So it's your choice. You can use Android Studio or Visual Studio Code. And as I've said, Flutter is made by Google. It's an UI toolkit, and it can run both on mobile and for web and desktop, and also on embedded devices. But we're not going to do all these things today since we don't have much time. And web and desktop support and embedded support is like recently, it was recently launched. In the beginning, it is only designed for mobile, but it's supporting web, desktop, and embedded devices also. And we will be using Firebase service. Firebase is also Google's service. It's a free service. We can use it for free, but there are some limitations. So to use beyond that limitation, we have to pay for it. But for most of the demo application and some hobby application, we can use it for free. So here we have a range of services. As you can see in the screen, there is authentication, there is hosting, there is cloud function, Cloud Firestore, database, storage, like so many other things that there, analytics, and also machine learning applications like services is also there, the ML kit. But today we will be using only Firestore. So maybe in the next workshop, if we have it, we will cover more about these services as well. And in authentication, we can use like social authentication where people can log in using their Google account, their Apple account, their Facebook account. So those kind of authentication are there. And phone-based authentication, like when people type in their phone number, get OTP and get authenticated. So those kind of authentication services are already there in Firebase that are readily usable. And cloud functions, some of you may already know this, but some of you may not. Cloud function is like a backend service, or we can call it an API that we can call from the application. So when we have to do some process that requires a longer time or that requires computing power, we send those kind of tasks to the cloud function, and the cloud function will do the task. And then after that, if it requires some response, it will send it back, or if it requires some data to be written to the database, it will do that thing. So it will do the work for us. So in mobile application, since it is not a rich client application, mobile is memory is less, storage is less, computing power is less compared to servers and desktop, relatively. Even though now that there are many mobile phones that are having high-end processor, high-end memory, but in general, they are like considered to be like lower memory, and then computing power is low. So because of that, we are sending the heavy work to the cloud function in order to be performed somewhere else in the server. And app notification. This app notification, I think people who use WhatsApp, Telegram, and Amazon app, Amazon's shopping app, I think you are well aware with app notification. This is a way to engage customers, clients, users. So this service is also there in Firebase. We're not going to use this one again today because we have a very limited time. And file storage. This is for storing files. Binary files. Binary means like it may be PDF, it may be image, it may be some text file, some like binary files that needs to be downloaded to the app. So those kind of files can be stored in the cloud storage. And machine learning, here we can use readily available machine learning model like face pattern recognition, text recognition, translation. So those services are there for us to use. And here on the right side, I have this Crashlytics performance monitoring and test lab. This is very useful for debugging. For example, the very challenging part of a mobile application is when we start publishing it and when people start using it. The more the users, the more the problems, because there are around 3 million devices, Android devices in the world right now. So like some are using different Android version, lower version, some are using higher version, some are having less memory, some are having different kind of UI on top of Android OS. For example, the one good example is Mi phone, Xiaomi. It's very popular in India and even in Mizoram. I think the market share will be very, very high compared to other brands. So they have this UI called Mi UI. So that is running on top of Android OS. So it's creating like a another layer of security and some system settings. So that is causing us a lot of problems when we are releasing an application, because that when an application is supposed to run normally in normal Android device, it's not running normally on those devices. So we have to write a separate or a fixes code for those applications, so for those mobile separately. So it's becoming very challenging when we release it and when people start using it. So this Crashlytics is for analyzing why the application has crashed, and performance monitoring whether our application is doing this task efficiently or not. In this test lab, we can send our APK to Firebase, and then Firebase will do the testing, like we can say user acceptance testing. So it will start clicking on 1,000 times on one button and then do the regression testing and stuff like that. So this part is very useful for the development environment. And for example, when we build a mobile application, most mobile applications are not standalone mobile application. It links with cloud. So when it links with cloud, some of the data are supposed to be accessed from the web. For example, this Zorema, he mentioned Sunhu application. In Sunhu application, the mobile application is the client side. It's what the people use. But on the admin side, we have a web application. So they are using the same database. And when data is written from the mobile application to the cloud database, that same database is read by the admin side. So the admin side is running on the JavaScript and HTML or CSS, and those application needs to be hosted. So those hosting is also supported. So this is where hosting comes. And real-time database and Cloud Firestore, they are both database, a different kind of database. They are both NoSQL. Okay, let me explain NoSQL. In NoSQL, we are not using relational database. Like, for example, in relational database, like Oracle and MySQL, we have two tables in a database, and they can be related to each other based on a foreign key. But in NoSQL, there is no such thing as a relationship between two tables. If we want to relate two tables, we just have to store their references, and then we have to make the relationship on the logic side, on the client side. So that is basically the difference, but NoSQL is the way to go for mobile application in this era. So we will be using Cloud Firestore as it resembles relational database more than real-time database. So it will be easier for the participants to understand, I believe. And lastly, in order to grow your app, you need to analyze what the user is doing, how it performs, and we need to have some projection based on that. So those kind of tools are already available. For example, this in analytics, Google Analytics, and dynamic links. Dynamic links is for when you share, for example, in Amazon application, Amazon shopping, you share the product, and when in WhatsApp, and when people click on it, it open the app and then show you the product that you share. So those kind of links are called dynamic links, or we call it deep links. And this cloud messaging is for when you need to send notification. You need to have cloud messaging. Sorry. And okay, enough with the Firebase service. Since this is going to be a new thing for some of the participants, I wanted to go a little bit detailed because we're going to simply use it today, but later on you can read more about it. And now we will start setting up and getting started. I'm going to show you my screen, and you will be seeing some of my browser tabs here. Okay, the first thing is Flutter. Okay, okay. Before we go into setting up, do you want to ask anything? Let me open a question session for 2-3 minutes. Anyone? Okay, no one. Just one moment. RC Alan. RC hi kala kanin BCS o cheng kasia MCS le tur internship hetaron ti rengani ani ka flutter hianin e thlathum vel chu khoi to alo tel tak mi rin kan han chak mai mai a tam mai lo
Anni kha MCA first sem ron lut thar le tur chi kha tuna hian an la tel lawa MCA thar class in la chan chi lo wa in tu workshop en tel man ta lo.
Okay. पहिलो chuan zo na kha mizo tong pon na zo the o sap tongin kan tia mizo tong sap tong ve ka ti po khangai chung lo wa zo na kha chu e enge mo shet chak in nei chuan zo the o kan kal cho mok ton sia e zo na hun hong lok ang re lo te kan interact that lo chuan in anuam don lo nia e nakina e practical session a pe ka chuan in kan in zo deu nei khangai mai the mo. Okay, if there is no question, then we'll get started. Okay. Before we go into Flutter, I want to have our IDE set up. So I'm going to use Android Studio today. The version I'm using right now is a preview version, so it may be slightly different with the stable version, but download the stable version. You can go to developer.android.com/studio, or you can just Google it. Okay, our primary tool today is also Google, so we can we can Google away everything. Okay, now Android Studio. It will take you to the same link. So you go there and you download it and install it. You may have to free some of your space, your storage space, because it takes a lot of space. Once you've installed, you have to download the SDK from the Android Studio. That will take something like 1-2 GB per SDK. Per SDK in the sense that if you wanted to develop for Android 6 or Android 7, you have to download SDK for separate versions. So depending on your virtual device or your actual device, what Android version it's running, you have to download SDK based on that. So once you download it, you install it. I'm not going to go into the installation details because I'm talking to technical participants, so I don't think that's necessary. You go to the download section, download it and install it. And after that, this is my Android Studio. I'm going to, okay, here is what I'm talking about, the SDK, Android SDK. Here, like from Android 2.1 till 12. 12 is still in preview. So I'm having Android 11 right now. And partially installed Android 10 SDK, 9. So based on your device or virtual device, you install it, okay? So right now I'm installing Android 11 SDK. And here I'm using MacBook M1 processor. See, because of that, I cannot use Android emulator right now. So I'm going to use iOS emulator. Once you install Android Studio, you can create virtual device. Let me create virtual device. Here, there is one icon, AVD Manager. You can write it down or note it down if you want. AVD Manager. So here you can create your virtual device. So you have TV, phone, Wear OS, tablet, and automotive. But we are going to select phone for now. And here you have a range of devices like Pixel, Nexus. Normally, you select the one with this Play Store icon because you can experiment with Play services. Like for example, if you want to experiment with Google Pay, you have to use Google Play services. So make sure you select the one with this icon. So once you select whatever device you want, you click next, and you select the SDK. This is where you need to download the SDK version based on the device type that you want. That's what I have said just now, just before. So I'm using Android 12 SDK for the virtual device. So I'm selecting that one and then click next. And here you can select the memory, the storage. So all this will be based on your actual environment for the development. If you're using higher end computer, you can select more RAM, more storage. If your computer is not that fast or not having too much memory, you have to reduce a bit these memories. And after that, you click finish. Since I cannot run Android like this emulator, I'm not going to do it. It's not going to run anyway. So once you created that one, you can just click start and it will run. This is my iOS simulator. So it will be like more or less similar to this screen. It will come up like this. So once you select that one, once you run the emulator, you will be able to see your emulator here. Since I'm running I'm connecting my device, a physical device through USB, I'm seeing Google Pixel 2 here. So you can also directly build through on your physical device. Okay, and after that, let me go to Visual Studio Code. Another IDE. It's lightweight and it's very easy to use. And you can run it for on Windows and Linux or on Mac. So I'm going to open my Visual Studio Code window here. So it's pretty much like this. This is the Android Studio window, and this is the Visual Studio Code window. Here you have the file browser, the folder browser, where you can see all your files and you can create new files, new folders, and everything. And you can also move your files around. And even in Android Studio, this is the browser, the file browser. Here you have your codes and your folders, your file assets, everything. And here you write codes. For example, okay. So that is all about the IDE. Once you've installed it, you explore it, you'll know more about the capabilities. Here, one other important thing is the packages that we have to install, the extensions. To develop Flutter, we need to install Flutter plugin, this one. This will help the Visual Studio Code recognize third language, and it will also give you some tools that are very easy to use, like for example, code snippet and templating suggestion, code autocomplete. Those kind of features will be included once you install this plugin. So this same plugin is available in Android Studio. Here we can find it in plugins. And here I have installed it. So once we install the Flutter plugin, the IDE will recognize third language. Okay. Now after that, let's go back to Flutter installation. Okay, before that, is there any question on the IDE part? Please ask questions. Anyone?
SAR
อืม
in la wakan emulator Android Studio zo kan emulator run dong kan SDXM kha a require ve ta zela kha install SDXM kha a install ve box si lo kha eng te ti ching
in tin moi ti soi ka sa chiang thei mi lo
ti kha ka tong se cheng the
ka chiang thei trong ring da nak na mo
Android Studio zo kan mo
oh
emulator run dong kan HDXM kha a require ve thina HDXM kha a install kha har sa ang rang set install mai the chin si lo kha eng te ti ching eng PSL ching
nga tinge install thei lo chana har sat na lai chu engele
ka to big lo a install thei lo zela manual a install dong to khan install thei lo zela
in computer ngi man
laptop ania i5
Intel mo
Core i5
okay Intel la chum problem om lo tur chu ni sin le processor man na zir hianin kamika hardware accelerator ni ta mo man thei nei tur chu ni akina tu le practical session na screen dei lo la so nga kan en ho thei tur angai chinang
yes sir
okay thank you zo na dang lo mem chuan episode kan sui chun jom lok anga Android le iOS kha kan target platform ani do na wang khan ka screen a hianin iOS emulator ka da chuan hi visor mangin ka physical device connect ka hi ka phone ania hela hen ka da ka connect boka hemi pahnia hianin kan build chin vel don kha ania chuan Android le iOS kha kan tilang ani Android emulator hi ka thei lo wang khan ka soi to min physical device ka connect ani ka phone an tuna hian USB ka connect ka chuan ka screen a lan thei nan hian visor ti hemi application hi ka mang boka chuan ka phone screen ka mirror ani mo okay I'm mirroring my physical device it's connected through USB and for mirroring I'm using visor here visor application. And since we are targeting both platform, Android and iOS, this is Android, this is iOS. We will be building the application both on Android and iOS. Okay, so no more questions. Okay, let's go back to Flutter. Okay, everything is like covered pretty much on the documentation. So as I've said in the presentation, you go to the flutter.dev/docs. There you can, okay, let me go to flutter.dev/docs. Okay, here, like we can start on the get started. Most of the time, this is where we start, get started. And okay, I click on that. And based on the device that I have for the development, maybe Windows or Mac OS or Linux, or in some case, Chrome OS, we have to select that. So since most of you may be using Windows, I'm going to select Windows. So it requires at least Windows 7, Service Pack 1 or later, and 64-bit, and also 32-bit is supported. And at this space, at least 1.64 GB. Because the Flutter SDK, once you download it, it takes around like 1.6, sometimes it's more than that. 2-3 GB also. Once you start developing it and updating it, it's growing like more. So you need to have quite a bit of storage space. And for the installation, do you know Windows PowerShell? I think this is a terminal, right? Even though it's not going to be the same, this is a terminal window for Mac OS. It's a command line. We can call it a command line. I think in Windows, the similar application is Windows PowerShell. So you have to download that. I mean, you have to use that one. It's already there. You don't need to download it. It's already there. And Git. This is for repository management, version control. So even though it's not required during this workshop, just install it so that it can like maintain your code repository later in Git. So there are two options. One is GitLab and one is GitHub. This is Git repository, cloud repository. I think many of the participants might know this GitHub because it's very popular among developer community. This is where we put our code base. When we write code, for example, when we are going to write to-do app, when we start developing the application, we created an empty repository, and on that empty repository, we push the code incrementally. Whenever we implement new features, new bug fixes, we create a commit and different commits on top of it. So we push those changes on the server. So let me help you look at one repository that we have. And another option is GitLab, as I've said, GitHub and GitLab. In GitLab, we can have a private repository, meaning that the repository in GitHub, they are by default public. And in GitLab, you can create as many private repository as you want. So especially in our cases where we don't want people to see our code, we use a private repository. So here, let me go to Sulnu application. Since it was mentioned in the beginning, let me repeatedly use this name for examples. Okay, now this is Sulnu application repository. And here you can see the folder structure that is similar to my local folder structure. I'm going to show you my local folder structure. So see, this is my Visual Studio Code. And here we have Android folder, assets, iOS, library, test, same thing here. So, and here you can see my face and here the version number and the build. If you click here, you can see that I changed this stuff in this commit. I uploaded new logo, I changed this color. So those changes are like stored, like versioned, and we post it on cloud so that we can track back what has changed and what has not. So it is very easy for us to keep track of the changes, and where we make mistakes, sometimes we have to roll back our change. So for that purpose, we have to use Git. You install it from Git website. Here you just have to download the software in the installation file and then install it. That's all. There is no specific step or difficult one. It's an easy step. So after you do that, you have your environment ready for setting up Flutter. And after that, you download the zip file of this Flutter Windows. And you save it somewhere in your directory. Normally, we used to save it under this. Users and your username and documents. Or maybe in my case, I create a separate folder. I will show you. Under my home directory, I create, where is that? Flutter. Library development, okay. Here. This is where I put my Flutter SDK. So similarly, you download it and you put it in your computer, and you have to remember the path. That is the most important step. And after that, you need to update your environment variables. For those of you who use Windows, as I've said, you have to follow the Windows instruction. For Linux, it will be slightly different, this setting up environment path. And for Mac OS also, it will be slightly different. But Mac OS and Linux, it will be the same, more or less. But for Windows, you have to go to your My Computers, properties. I think that's the step. Most of you might have already know where to set environment variables. So there you have to set your Flutter bin path. So inside your Flutter SDK, there is a bin folder. So you have to take the path of this bin folder, and then you have to set it on your environment variable so that from your terminal, this is my terminal, and in your case, it will be PowerShell. you can directly execute Flutter command like this. Okay, so that is all about Flutter setup. Once you set up and everything is, and once you can start running your Flutter command like this, you have to do Flutter Docker. Which will tell you what has been set up and what has not been set up and what needs to be done. For example, here is an example. The Android SDK is located at this part, and you need to have Android SDKs missing in the command line, downloaded from this, and try reinstalling. All this kind of instruction will be given by Flutter Docker. See here, in my case, Android Studio unable to find bundled Java version. Because I didn't use bundled Java, I'm using external Java. I mean, like I installed Java as a separate application. That's what the Flutter Docker is telling me. So here, Flutter is stable, and I'm using 2.23 version, and Android toolchain is already set up correctly. Xcode is there, Chrome is there, VS Code is there, and we have connected device, like 3 available connected device. Okay, 3 meaning my physical, my current environment, my laptop, and the iOS simulator. Okay, so that is all for the setup. The rest you can follow the details, because I'm not going to cover like in a tiny bit details of the setup process. Since it takes time, and also depending on the type of computers you have. Even in Windows, if it works in a friend's computer, it might not work in in your computer. So it may differ from computer to computer. So once we start doing it, we'll try to figure out along the way. Okay, after we set up Flutter, we will go to Firebase. Okay, this is Firebase. You go to firebase.google.com, or you can search Firebase. Okay, click on that. And here you have to log in using your Google account, your Gmail. Once you log in, you'll see your icon here, and then you can go to console. Click on console. And some of you, if you can start doing it right now also, it's not a problem, okay? Even though it's not a practical session yet, these are simple steps. You can start going to your Firebase console and then start creating project. So here I already created a Needed to Do project, but we'll create a new project again, just for the sake of the illustration. So once you go to console, you create add project, and you can enter your project name here. You can continue, and here you can enable or disable Google Analytics. Since it's going to be only for demo or this workshop, we're going to disable it and then create. That's all. So once you create that, you will see this screen, the console for that project. As I have said in the earlier part of this session, we have so many services available in Firebase. The first one is authentication. Here, if you click, you can see that there will be no users yet, since it's a fresh project. And I can click on Get Started. And here we can enable different type of authentication. Apple login, Microsoft user login, Yahoo, GitHub, Twitter, Facebook, Google phone-based login, and email and password login. All this can be enabled and set up right from this window. For my case, let me simply enable it, even though we're not going to use it, this email password. Okay, now it's enabled. And after that thing is enabled, we can just add user from here, email and password, like that. So authentication. and Firestore database. This is what we are going to use today. Okay. We can create database. I'll do that later. And real-time database. This real-time database is an older version of database in Firebase. It's a JSON-based database. It's a simpler one. It has its advantages and also disadvantage. This Firestore is the new database. We mostly use this one. And the next one is storage. Here we can simply add files. Okay, I'm just going to show you. Ignore this one for now. This is the storage rules. It simply tells which file can be accessed by which user. Like that. We can have a much more complex rules based on our requirements. But for now, it's just a rules for the users to access the storage. Okay. Okay, now that is done, we can upload files, or we can also upload it from the client or from the programming site, from the code base. But now for this, just for the sake of example, for this, I'm just uploading this simple file like that, and you can access this file using this link. So if I open this link like that, and I'm going to delete it. Okay, then the next thing is hosting. This is not relevant right now. It's for hosting the web application, and this function is the cloud function. Cloud function cannot be created from this window. We have to write a code and upload the function code. That's how we use functions. And machine learning. Here, wait 1 second, not here. Okay, I'll go into details later. Here in machine learning, as I've covered in the beginning, we have pattern recognition, text recognition, and translation. And also we can use our own custom model. If, for example, if we want an OCR for Mizo, we may have to create a separate model, ML model for that, and upload our model. So we can do that. And this is for Crashlytics. Here we can monitor like when and why the application crashed. And this is analytics. We will not go into that. This and then engage. Okay, this is cloud messaging. Here we can send message to the client, the app. First, we have to set up, and then once we set it up, there is an UI where we can send message from here, but that is only for development. We normally send message from our own UI, where we have our own set of rules and like configurations to send message. For example, we wanted to send some messages to only a certain group of users. Like, for example, new sign up, people sign up in the application. We wanted to send some welcome message notification to new sign up users. So we send that to only those limited group of users, not to all users. But in the case when we wanted to send new product notification, we can send that notification to all users. So those kind of configurations needs to be handled on our end by ourselves. And based on that, we send the message. And lastly, it's dynamic link. So this dynamic link is for linking our content so that people can directly click the link and like arrived at our content without the need to navigate. So in shopping app, it's very popular. We have a product link that can be shared across social media. WhatsApp, Telegram, Facebook. So when people click on those links, we are taken to the product page. So for that, we use dynamic links. Firebase, they call it dynamic links, but technically it's a deep link, deep linking of the content. Okay, so here you can see that this is a free plan. It's a free plan. It's $0 per month. So for free, we can use most of the features, but we need to upgrade it once we wanted to like move to production. We have to upgrade it to Blaze. This is a pay-as-you-go. Okay, enough with the Firebase. So now we have created our like project, and we have our Flutter set up. We can start doing the development. Okay, now okay, I'm going to open my Android Studio and close everything and start from the beginning. Okay, you open your Android Studio or maybe your Visual Studio Code, and in Android Studio there is a UI for creating a new project, but in Visual Studio we don't have such UI. We have to use command line. So I'm going to cover both. First we'll cover Android Studio. Here, create new Flutter project. And there are like several options, whether we wanted to create Flutter plugin or modules or package, but we wanted to have Flutter app right now. So I'm going to select Flutter app, and we have to select where the SDK path is. This is where we store our SDK. We have downloaded it in the beginning, right? So we have to select that one. And next, here we have to give a name. And description. This is the package name. It's an organization name, based on organization name. So if we go to Play Store, and let me search one application. Okay, this one. Here in the address bar, com.dancing.smash.hop.game. This is the package name. This is where we need to put this. Okay, so but this one is our application. We wanted to name it as per our liking. So I'm going to name it like com.nilit.todo. As simple as that. And okay, platform we have to cover is Android and iOS. And finish. Directory does not exist. Create, yeah, because Nilit to do directory is not yet created. Okay, 1 second. Okay. All. Can create a log này. Create nghĩa là project create and log on. Windows going to log on. Can insert after log on. Flutter. Ka Android Studio man hi preview hi lo ni khera tlemina dang do ni lai chuan Visual Studio Code aheng kan ti jok me nga Dikan okay now after we create the project we have this set of folders and files pre-created, like generated for us. And if we go to library folder, we see that there is a main.dat file here. This is the entry point for our application. Now here in Visual Studio Code, like this at the bottom bar, you can see that there is iPhone 12 Pro Max. This is the iOS simulator that I have already created before. Okay, now I can start doing the build. I'm going to open terminal window here so that you can see it all in one screen. I have to do flutter run. That's all. So this will run the basic application that is generated by Flutter to get started. So I have to select the device. It's true. Okay. Okay, while it's building, let me explain how this structure will be understood, this directory structure. So here, library will be where all our Dart code will be placed. And iOS, this is the native code generated by Flutter SDK to build the iOS native app. And here, Android native app is generated. If we wanted to add some native code, we have to add it here in this directory. Okay, and once we build the production file, the production APK, it will come here in the build folder. And we have pubspec.yaml file here. This is where we add our extension and packages. Let me show you one website, pub.dev. This is where we get all packages for Flutter. Like, for example, if we want, camera package, we have it here. And if we want image upload, have different kind of image processing and image upload. And if we want Firebase plugin for Flutter, you can search it here like this. Okay, so based on our requirement, we search our plugin here and then installing this dependency, Firebase, and the version, we can add it here. So just add it, and then it will start pulling the packages here. See, here it's running Flutter Puppet. It will download the package. And there are two dependencies here. One is just with dependency, and the other one is with def. So this def dependency is those packages that you use only during development, that will not be built into the production build. So if you want Firebase to use in the production, you have to put it here. But some tools, development tools, if we want to use it only for development, we place it here in this section. Okay, so now in this PubSpec, there is the application name and the description here. We can edit this. And here we have our application version number. And here there is a +1. Here it means that it refers to the build number. So every time when we build a new APK for releasing into Google Play Store, we have to increase this build number. Otherwise, Play Store will not accept it. Okay. So, okay, now let me check. Okay, it's already done. So whatever we are seeing here in the main.dart, it's coming here. It's a simple application where we simply increase the counter like that. Every time when I press on the plus button, it increases this number. So that is done only by this code, this much. So the same thing I'm going to run on my Pixel. Okay. Okay, let it build. So if we look at this main.dart, we can see that there is a main function. So those of you who come from C or C++, I think you must be aware or familiar with this main function. It's the same as those language. This is the entry point for Flutter, the Dart application. And here we have our main. Here we have our main application, my app. This is the main widget. Everything in Flutter, the UI and the business logic, it is wrapped within a widget. So that is why we have a stateless widget extended on our application class here. This is the first entry point widget. Okay. So from the main, we run the app. This is an inbuilt function, and we inject the first widget, the entry widget here. And every widget will have a build function. And inside that build function, we write our widget UI code. Since we are going to use Material UI, and Material UI is a default for Android, we have Material App widget here. This is an inbuilt widget. It has some properties like title, theme. We're not going to details on the properties, but I'm just going to change one of these property right now. Let's focus on the iOS build because I think there is some issue with my Android Studio. Let me focus on this one. There is some problem with my Gradle right now. Here, you can add the title. It will come up here in the app bar. And my home page is another widget. It's linked here. And even here, home is the entry point for this widget. And whatever widget we inject on the home, it will come up here. So this home widget is again defined here. My home page. And we passed in the title. This is just a user-defined title. We can do it without also. But if we do it without, we have to remove these parameters. But let it be for now. Okay, now, is it running? Not running yet. Okay. And here inside this widget, we pass the title, and then let me go to the button. Okay, here there is a floating button. This is the floating button, and every time we press on it, we call one function, increment counter. That function is defined again here. Okay, we'll go into detail about this set state and the stateless and stateful widget later, but I'm just going to go through the basic widget UI right now. Okay, now it's working again now. And title, and this is the app bar title. Now it's changing. Okay. And when we wanted to add text on the UI, we use text widget. We just have to pass the text that you want to display. Here, let me add one more text. Do counter. And you can change the style, like font size, color, okay. So all these parameters you have to explore. See, if you hover on this text style in Visual Studio Code, after you install Flutter plugin, you can see that there are like so many parameters that we can pass. The font weight, font style, letter spacing, height, leading distribution, all these things. Let me get font weight. Okay. Now it's bold. Okay. Like that, you can have another text. Wait 1 second.
Hexadecimal te lo khana work thawem.
Color himo.
Yes sir.
Color himo. Tuna kaman hi material color ania Flutter ina aron kentel sa anitani. Chuan kimi ho ki hi a cha tewa amaro tu hemi bak po hi man te thowa. Chumi man don chuan ti hian pi ngai thungani hexadecimalin. Antinan red ka du chuan ff nilo ff. Oh. Tikan hexadecimal kada ina te thota. All samnan. A FM, a chieng em.
Yes sir.
Tanatan tu na all samnan kanin color sa inbuilt ka kamangani. Ro ka build tani kan chak lok nga full of that kan build thalok ang. I in refresh thadu lo wa mai. Chuan to do application na hi kan siam do na mi te ki kalo ti sul ani mo mai chu te ka ti mai mai. Ki kan a main ka build log big tu lo wa asan chu tia ngani a thar la ka han ti chop a en ho hian in thiam a chianga problem om te issue om te te ka kan solve ho chawanga thil om sa se fi top hian in chiang lo tu thinin ka ria chuan chuanin ting kan ti don chin ani chuan tinia la inbuilt lawa engaro ani lawa ka lo build la ni ki 1 second sorry iOS okay in computer monde page on in abil chung rei ba thei ra lu to ga ma de wang ngai tina swan hemi mi do ren kan sei lo ka nga I flutter ra chon eng pim hi widget vek ania widget atringin tan top mai atira hianin main function a oma chu mi main function chuan in main widget entry widget kan ti kha aron load top a chu mi chunga chon widget tam takha I kan da lu ta application na len de page on in widget kha tam thei em ani china hanin su nu application kha kan mu jok chewa ta page on in hei widget kha tam to em a su nu po kha application lian ani mi alawa mase widget tam tak siam angai ni kha athen kha achangin kan showa athen achangin kan haita tin widget pakhata tanga widget danga ka nang han navigation na umbok ta chung te chu kan en howanga okay so now 1 second why it's not running okay it's running now and here we as I've said we have widget and everything is widget in Flutter so we have our entry widget and from there we started injecting multiple widgets and when we wanted to navigate from one widget to another widget then we have to talk about routing how to go from one widget or one route to another route so like that, we are switching widgets over one another, and then sometimes we delete it from the route and sometimes we inject it. So by doing that, we have different kind of pages that comes up and sometimes it goes away. So first of all, this is one big widget, the entry widget, and here we can build like a basic UI that we want. Instead of creating separate files also, we can use one single file and then create multiple class here for multiple widget. But it's better to have different Dart file for different widget so that code will be more clean and easier to manage and organization will be better, much cleaner. So, okay, now, and here we have stateless widget. And there is also a stateful widget. Stateless widget means that this widget that we are building is not going to have a changeable state. It means it will build once and that will be how it will appear on the application and it cannot be changed during the lifetime of this current session. For example, if we wanted to change this to-do counter, not this one that the app title needed to do. This is a stateless widget, this portion. So we cannot change it over like during the lifetime of this current session. So when we press this, we want to change this one, it will not change because it's a stateless widget. And then the next thing is a stateful widget. Since we wanted to change this number, when we press and increase the counter, it needs to be a stateful widget. In a stateful widget, it maintains the state of that particular widget and listen to some variable. It depends on the type of the widget. We may be listening to multiple variables also. And whenever that variable change, we update the state of that widget and rebuild the UI. So that is what a stateful widget does. And in stateless, there is no state changing over time. The state is like one time it's built and it's permanent like that. But it doesn't mean that we cannot change at all. We can change it and then rebuild it, then it will change. But while running the application, it will not change. That is what I mean. Okay. And now here in the stateful widget, we have our state class here. Even this one also, the syntax, I think you just have to know it. The reason why we separate away from this main class is for to make the code clean and for the better organization of code. So we are simply changing, moving out this state class to another class, this state. Instead of doing here, I can directly do this part here. sorry, like this, I can do it, but that is not need. So we create a separate class for this state UI, and we extend to the state of my homepage. This it's a stateful widget, and we add it to the state of that class. And inside that, we can have methods, and we have to have a build function. This is a required method that needs to be there in every state widget. Okay, so when we run this code, this build function will be responsible for building the UI. And one important widget now I wanted to say is scaffold. This scaffold widget gives us the app bar instead of us building the app bar ourselves, and also the classes, the colors, this button style, all these things are inbuilt within scaffold. So if we wrap our widget within scaffold, we have all those pre-built widgets that are readily used, that can be readily used over time. So now here inside scaffold, there are predefined parameters. The app bar, here we have to pass how our app bar will look like. And here we have the widget title that has been passed on from this main class. Instead of passing here, I can also directly use whatever text I want here, like my to-do. Okay. Now, every time I save the code, it's automatically reflected here. That is what this Visual Studio Code is doing. It watches the file change, and when it's saved, it's continue running this Flutter run with R command. So that is what I was doing earlier when I was running Flutter run here. I have to manually press R every time I change this file. So instead of doing that, I'm using the Flutter tools inbuilt in Flutter tool provided by the plugin in the Visual Studio Code. Okay, so every time when I save, it's automatically reflected here. Okay, now this is the body part. The app bar section is up till this point, including the status bar, and the body is the rest of the space. So center is also an inbuilt widget. You can just use it if you wanted to center anything on the screen. Now it's centered vertically and horizontal. That is what this center is doing. And under that, we have column. We have column and row. It's, as the name indicates, column is columns of items. In columns, we have text, widget, 3 widgets. Now here we have 1, 2, 3. They are arranged in columns. Likewise, I can have rows here. Run, and let me add button. Raise button. Sorry. Apa dah long lâu về text lại xin nào. Rồi, cần stop online restart lại lúc này. and refresh full out there now. Okay, anh build chung in đâu anh lẽ ngó thiếu đằng với những cái tiếng em mình các cô đi chiang lâu tất nè build đi tăng lệ tất thì nè tuan làm bằng lâu anh đây là gì nè widget Flutter widget sang ho kan lâu anh à center ka cho kan say to text. Okay, we'll go to text. Text is for displaying text. And we have seen that one, and I'll go back to the rows and column. In rows, it's arranged like horizontally. One item here and the next item and the third item here like this. In column, it's vertical, 1, 2, 3. Vertically arranged. So whenever we want to arrange widgets, we have to use these two widgets. And another layout widget is stack. In stack, it is arranged on top of each other like this. Red is like at the back, and on top of that we have green and then blue. So they are stacked together. And container is simply a wrapper of widget. It doesn't do anything. It's simply wrap, but we can have padding and spacing and border background on this container. It's more like a div element in HTML. If we know HTML, it's more or less the same with HTML div. So in container, we can have, see here, we can give height, we can give padding, we can have a color decoration, and inside that we can have as many widgets as we want again. Okay. Okay. Let me just have a 5 minutes break. I will be switching my laptop because I think I have to use the other one. This one is having a lot of problem. Just give me a few minutes. I'll join from another laptop. Rồi mình lo accept lại lúc mày. Okay, am I audible? Thank you. Tất nhiên try xin nào, hoặc là khi các bạn có lỗi do cái này đâu problem là đâu tầm chất. Tôi đang tiết hại Android Studio. Here preview version lo zo kani tahi chuanin here the UI is slightly different compared to the previous one that we have seen. The way the welcome screen is layout in Android Studio. So here I click on this and Flutter app. Okay, here my to do. Okay. Let's finish. Here I can use Android emulator. Okay. So let me add this container in our application that we have right now. Earlier we are up till this point. Okay, here we have center column, and I can wrap this with container. Now everything is inserted inside this container. Okay. Now the container, we can give a height. Let's say 100. And we can also give width. If we don't provide height and width, it will take up the width of the screen space. And we can have color. Okay, still building. This laptop is comparatively slower than the previous one, so it may take some time to build. Okay. Okay. Now, children. Here we have the container, the yellow section, and under that we have center. Since we restrict this center and column within this container, we under this 100 screen space, 100 dp. So everything is wrapped inside this. Earlier it was coming somewhere here because it was taking the whole height of the screen. Now it's restricted to 100. So we have this much space only now. So under that we have row of elements, row of widgets, 1, 2, 3, 4. And here we have parameters like spacing, cross-axis alignment, center. Oh, sorry, it has to be main axis. Sorry. There are two alignment, main axis and cross-axis alignment. Main axis means if it is row, the main axis is horizontal, the cross-axis is vertical. So if we wanted to center along the horizontal line, we have to use main axis alignment. So if I do that, it will come to the center here. So here, one point to note here is that like here we have center, but since we add row here, the content of this row is controlled by the alignment of this row widget. That is why it was not coming at the center in the beginning. See, like this. So here, the fact is that the row element is taking the whole width of this space. That is why it was not appearing as centered, but it's centered actually. So it's taking the whole space, but the content of row is controlled by the alignment of the row itself. That is why we need to specify the alignment here. So there are so many other options here: space between, space around. So if it is space around, we can have alignment like that. Okay, so that is the use of row. And another column, we can add it here. So rows, widgets, we can use one widget inside another widget like that interchangeably. So there is no restriction as such, except some few widgets that we can cover later, maybe. But those are like advanced widget, like so those widgets, they have to be inside certain widgets only. So those are there, but only a very few widgets have restriction like that. Most of the widgets we can use inside one another. Now if it is column, okay. Now they are arranged in vertical fashion, but it's on the fifth column. Arrange in row, text, column, and but inside columns we have A, B, C, D arranged in column wise. But here we see some white, black and yellow stripe here. It's meaning that there is some issue with the UI. Okay, so what it means is that there is a bottom overflow because we have set the height of the container to 100 only. So it cannot contain the content of this container widget within this specified height. So if we increase it, now the error is clear. Or most of the time, we don't have to set the height. Okay. Now, let me go back to this widget. We have covered up till this point, container, gesture, okay, gesture detector. Okay, let me skip this one for now because gesture detector, we can use it for tap, But most of the time we don't need gesture detector for what to say, capturing the click or tap event, because widget that requires being tapped already have on pressed or on tap event or method inbuilt with them. Only when we build custom widget, like for example in this, for instance, in this example, see the container, there is no clickable widget here. Container is simply a layout, but we wanted to be able to click on it. So then only we need gesture detector. So I'm just going to copy this code and try it out anyway. I thought we'll skip it, but let me go through it anyway. Okay, let me put it here. Okay, here, engage button. This is what we just put right now. And when I tapped on it, I should be able to have a print on my console. See, did you see this? My button was tapped. This is what the on-tap method does. Instead of doing this, I can also do raise button to perform more or less the same function. And in most cases, we should use button to do a similar kind of action. But button, sometimes it's limiting the styling. To what extent we can style. There is some limitation. So for that, we may have to have a customized widget. Now I have a button. And when I pressed, I can still print. Like that, okay. That is for event. And let's go to the other widget. Okay, let's work on this set state. Okay, now whenever we press this button, we are changing this number, the state of the counter. So in order to do that, I have already talked about stateful widget. In stateful widget, we can have a variable, and we can change the variable while running the application runtime. During runtime, we can change that variable value and then update the UI based on that variable. So that is done through stateful widget. Only when we have stateful widget, we can do that. So inside stateful widget, we have this function. This is responsible for incrementing the counter. So here we have one variable, counter. We can also create another variable if you want. And that variable value is shown here somewhere. Let me use another text widget here. And I'll show it here, okay? Just like the one below, we can use the variable here. My new counter underscore, okay. Okay, it's 0. Let me change the style a bit. Font is too small. Okay. Now, instead of pressing this plus button, I wanted to press this button and then increase this counter. Okay. So here, engage. Okay, this is my new button. I'm going to remove print. Instead, I'm going to call a function increment my counter. Since this method is not yet available, I have to create it. Let me create it here. My counter. Increment my counter, okay. And now inside this, I can increment my counter. To increment, let's say huge plus plus. Okay. Now, if I click on it, the counter is incremented, but it's not showing on the UI. Why? Because we need to tell the UI that something has changed. So that is done through this set state. So this set state informs the UI that there is a change in the state variable and it needs to rebuild the UI. So once we do that, it will change. See, it's now it's 26 already because I have clicked this many times already. And whenever, as soon as I do this, it displays the current value of this my new counter. Now, when I click on this, it will start incrementing the value. Okay. Now the next thing is list view, I think. Let me go back to this. Okay. List view. No, we'll go to normal list view. Okay. This will be useful for our application to do application because we will have to list our to-do items. So for that we can use list view. And let me go to grid view once shortly. This is grid view. If we want to display our items like this, we have to use grid view. So these are existing widget in Flutter. List view stack we have covered. Card is also there. In card we have image. This is one card widget. We have image, we have title, we have card body, we have card actions. So those existing widgets are very useful to start building the application because instead of recreating all these widgets, we can just use it. So it takes lesser time. Sorry. Okay, let's go to list view. Okay, see, it's very simple. Simple list view is like this. But in real application, it's not as simple as this because we have to think about how to increment the items. I mean, like how to add more items, how to remove more items, how to adjust when it scrolls. There are so many things that needs to be handled behind the scene. In this at the bottom, there is a column gesture detector. Okay, I'll add it here. Style. Okay, this style function, I'm going to directly use it like this. List style. In list style, we have leading, title, and subtitle. I'll use title only. Title. The rest I'm going to remove them. Oh, sorry. See my mistake. if we check this list style properties, title has to be a widget. So I'm simply passing text here, so that is why we have an error. So this has to be changed to widget. We have, in order to display text, we have text widget. So we'll use that one. Okay. Remove that for now. Okay. Now we're going to have an error because of the problem with list view and other widgets putting together in one screen. Because list view, they are supposed to be like inherently by default scrollable. They should be scrolled, right? So in order to be scrolled, it requires some space below the screen and also above the screen, to what extent some content are already available. So it needs to know those things. Since we didn't specify all those things and we simply add list view, it's showing us an error here, layout issue here. If we check the error here, render box was not laid out properly. So I'm going to remove the other UI for now, so that we can just see our list view. Still having an error. Okay, render box. 1 second, let me remove column. If I'm going too fast, tell me, I can like repeat if you require. If it is required, we can go through it again. Okay, now we have our list view. It's not scrollable yet because the list is very small. We increase the number of items. Okay, now it's scrollable. Okay, that is list view. And list style, I didn't cover this one earlier, but it's simply represent the item in a list. This single item in a list is called list style. So in a list style, we have leading, title, subtitle. Leading means it can be an icon. Let's put one icon here. Icons. With this clock. Here. This is the leading item, and another parameter is subtitle. This is a text below the main heading. Okay, so based on our requirement, we can use these properties. So apart from this, there are also another property like dense, tree line. If we need 3 lines here, we have to set it to true. And if we need dense, like more compact version of the list, we can set it dense to true. And then we can add shape, we can disable and enable it, and we can add functions here. Like when we tapped on this list, right now we cannot tap it and nothing is happening because we didn't assign the method attached to the tap event. So here, okay. Now if we click on the first item, but yeah, it's showing now, it's showing on the console, but if we click on the second and the third, nothing is coming up because we are assigning only on the first item. So that is how we can attach event function on the list style or on other widget also, like for example raise button. We have shown raise button earlier. We have on pressed method there. So whenever we attach a function or a method on those properties, they can be capturing the event, the user event, the click event. Or sometimes we can also have on long press event print long press. So if I click on it, click long press on long press. Okay. Okay, like that, we have covered list view. When we actually use it, I think you know more details about it. Okay, now okay, plus screen navigation. We'll go to navigation now, and after this, I think we can break for lunch. It's almost 12. Navigation is used for transitioning from one page to another page or another widget to another widget. In Flutter, navigation is done through Page Route Builder. There is one very good plugin or package, we can call it, called GetX. Maybe we'll use this. It's a collection of tools. Actually, it's not only for navigation. It can give it will give you dialog box, snack bar, like it gives you key-based storage. So many things in this package. We mainly use it for route management. Normally, it's an easy to use route management. Instead of creating this Page Route Builder widget every time when we wanted to move from one page to another, we can just do get to like this. Home is a widget, and we just have to call get.to and the widget name. So it will open that widget. So it's very easy to use. Maybe we'll use it in the practical session. I just wanted to introduce while discussing this navigation. Okay, now this is our main application. Here we are loading page 1, and in order to load page 2, Page Route Builder. In the Page Builder, we pass the page 2 widget, and this is Transition Builder. This what it does is when it transitions from page 1 to page 2, we can add some like tiny animation, like from where it's going to appear, like from the left to the right, or from the bottom, or from the top. Those transition animation can be added here. So the rest of the thing is the same as creating widget. Let me just create this page 2 widget here. I'm not going to create a separate file as of now because we're just exploring what can be done within this Flutter. I'm just going to use the same file to create this new class. Okay. Now page 2, we have it here, and page 2. Okay, and I'll add navigation from the first list item. Okay. Here, compressed. Navigate to page 2 function. Add here point navigate to page 2. Okay, I have to go back. This is what the actual this is the actual code to do the navigation, to push the route onto the UI. Navigator of context.push. So instead of creating a separate function, I'm just going to use this Page Route Builder directly. And page 2 here. Okay. Navigator is an inbuilt function, or an inbuilt widget. What it does is it keeps track of what widget is shown on the UI. For example, right now we are showing page 1, and it works like a stack. When page 1 is pushed onto the navigator stack, it records that this page is shown currently. And when page 2 is pushed, it pushes on top of that page 1, and page 2 is now currently shown. When we click back button, it popped out page 2 and then show page 1. Okay, but when we click back button and don't want to go back to page 1, we have to pop page 1 before pushing page 2. So those kind of navigation management has to be handled based on the application requirement. For example, when we are in home page, in the main home page, we may not want user to press back button and then go back to the previous page or exit the application or something like that. And we have to handle when the navigator stack is like empty, or when the navigator stack is currently displaying only the current page. We just have to stop the user from doing anything else. Maybe something like that. Based on our requirements, we can manage the navigation, the route management and the navigation of page to page based on our requirements. So now if I click on this, I think it will open page 2. Yeah, page 2. That is how we can do basic navigation. But when it comes to a complex application, pages become more and more, and we need to have a more solid and a concrete way of managing the page. So in order to do that, we normally create a separate Dart file here for route, and every route is created in that class, and we use that from other pages where we want to access the route. So instead of directly putting it here, we have to manage it once the application become more complex. Okay. Now it's going to page 2, and then when I click back, it will go back to the first page. So what that does is it simply pop page 2 from the navigator stack and then bring us back to the page 1. Now let me create page 3. And from here, we'll navigate to page 3 from page 2. Okay, let me add column. Children. Go to page 3. Constant long banganika. Okay, now page 3 kanya. So one can navigate the route ka. Sorry. Okay, let me tell you. We'll use the same code, but we have to inject page 3 this time. Page 3. And we need context. Okay. One second. Now we are on page 2, then page 3. Now we have 3 pages on our stack. When I click back from here or from here, it's the same thing. If you go to page 2, and page 3 was popped out of the stack. And now go back to page 1. Okay. Now that is navigation. So we have covered most of the requirements that most of the requirements for building the To-Do app, except connecting Firebase services. So that one we'll do in the next session. We'll connect to Firebase service, and we'll start building our To-Do UI. Okay. So I think we can break for lunch. Sarzo Rema, is there anything you'd like to say before that?
Yes, thank you very much, Alana. And if there are any students who are having a questions, please feel free to ask. And I will be posting the attendance link. I have posted the attendance link for the morning session. So there will be morning and afternoon session. There will be a separate attendance. So please fill up the forms for both morning and afternoon session. Otherwise, if you're not present in the morning and the afternoon, we will not be able to issue you a certificate. So while we are having a short lunch break, you can try those who have not downloaded and installed those applications that our resource person have mentioned, like Visual Studio Code or Android Studio. You can try and download during this lunch break, so that you'll be able to follow him more. And please feel free to ask questions. Again, I will mention that one. And there are some questions like from the students, like will I be able to run these applications, or like will I be able to write this program in i3 7th generation? Such kind of questions are there. And if what will be the minimum requirement, if a resource person could could answer those questions, like what are the minimum requirements to run those Visual Studio or other applications? That is one question. And another thing is in those Firebase, on those Google applications, is there any limitations? What is the free limitations? And if it has to be paid, how much do we have to pay? What is the pricing, the hosting price and other application price? If our resource person could please answer those questions before we have a break, we'll be very thankful.
Sure. Yeah, if your system is running on i3 7th generation, I think you may have to use Visual Studio Code instead of Android Studio, because Android Studio requires a lot of space and it requires a lot of memory. So instead of doing that, you can directly use Visual Studio. It's very lightweight. I think you may still be able to run Android Studio also, but it will be more efficient if you run Visual Studio Code. Okay, and the next thing was Firebase service. Okay, let me share my screen again, and we'll go through Firebase page. Here, if you go to Firebase.google.com, you can see pricing. On the free and the paid version. Okay, forget about first thing, and and here authentication, we can authentication, there is no limitation. Other authentication means Google authentication, Apple authentication, Apple user login, and also email and password login. So what this means is that it requires OTP to be sent to the user. So that incurs some charge. So that is why they are giving us only 10K free. In Sulhu application, we use Firebase. And since we have around 1.8 lakh users, and during a very short period of time, people start logging in and logging in so many times in a month. So our charge was very high because the charge is this 0.01 per verification. So 0.01 US dollar is 74 paise per login. So if you have 10,000 user logging in a month, you have to pay 7,400. If you have 1 lakh user, you have to pay 74,000 just for the user to log in. But you have 10K, this much free in a month. Okay. And now in Cloudflare Store, you can store up to 1 GB of data. This 1 GB of data is purely text. So 1 GB is like not very less. You will not normally cross this limit in a normal small users application. And this is where you can cross the limit. Like network egress means how many transactions are going to and fro from your Cloudflare base to the user. Even 1 GB, if it is downloaded 10 times, it's 10 GB. So depending on the number of users, this network egress can be easily crossed. And document read and write. So document writes is 20K per day, that is free. You can write on the documents 20K times in a day. So even here, for example, if you are running an application where user can comment, so that means whenever a user comment on your app, you are supposed to write something on your database. So those are charged based on this. So it is free up to 20K. Beyond that, you have to see their pricing. And document read, this is also reading of the existing document and delete. Normally for testing and development purpose, you don't have to pay actually. You can just use it for free. And Cloud Function, this is not available on the free version now. Earlier it used to be available, but now it's not free. But not free in the sense you have to just add your credit card and then you can start using it for free. Most of the feature here you can start using it without adding the credit card. But this one you just have to upgrade your plan, add your credit card, and then you can start using it. But there is a free limit now.
Okay, thank you very much. So those who want to look back on how to install those
After that, you have
applications, you can watch the link, go back.
Sorry?
Here.
Hello?
Yes, I hope you can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. So for the students, yeah, thank you very much to our resource person. So for the students, in order to look back how to install those Visual Studio and other applications, you can watch back the YouTube Live. YouTube Live is in progress, so you can navigate back and see how it is done. So during this lunch break, you can try and install those applications. So in the afternoon session, we can go along with our resource person for the hands-on session. So thank you very much. We will resume our session at 1 p.m. Let us all try to come back here at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
War Thunder, the military online action game, has received a major
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on.
Okay, now it is 1 p.m. and it is time for our afternoon session to resume. And I hope you all have a great lunch, and I hope you can install those applications. So now, in order to have more time for our resource person, now I may start calling our resource person to resume our webinar. Mr. Alan, you can-
Okay, thank you. So we'll get back right to where we left. I'm going to share my screen again. Before we continue, let me revisit what we have done so far. And since we only have around 2 hours left, I think we may not be able to cover all the aspects of the application requirements. Like in a to-do app, there are many, it can be done as a simple app, or it can be done as a much more complex application. But for this workshop, we'll just have an input text and then a list of to-do like that. So for that purpose, we will be revisiting only those that we require to build our app. First of all, I hope that you all can set up your Flutter environment, that your IDE is ready. And if you have any problem with that, maybe we can try to solve right now, or in case of some other deeper problem, you may have to work it out from Google search or maybe Stack Overflow, because one problem may be different from one another, like from one computer to another computer. So it's better maybe to look for it in the internet. Anyway, if it is a simple problem that you can ask, I will be opening a question session like for a few minutes after this. Okay. So to revisit, let me go back to Flutter. I'm going back to Flutter Docs. Here, most of you must have installed Windows version. Some might have used Mac OS. Some might have used Linux. I doubt that no one is using Chrome OS. Anyway, for those of you who use Windows, you follow these steps. And once you download your Flutter library, you can set the library path from your environment variable. Once that is done, you can start executing Flutter command from your terminal or from your command line. In the case of Windows 10, it's Windows PowerShell, as it's mentioned here. So you do that. And after doing that, your Flutter is ready. And then you set up your Visual Studio Code or Android Studio. Then once you do that, you have to install plugin or extension for Flutter. In the case of Visual Studio Code, it's Flutter extension. You install that one. In the case of Android Studio, you have to install Flutter plugin. Once that is done, your environment is ready for Flutter development. And now you can create your virtual device. I have shown you already how to do that from your Android Studio. Virtual device can be created from command line, but it's easier to do it from Android Studio. So in Android Studio, you have your AVD manager here. From your AVD manager, you create your virtual device. One important thing is to select the one with the Play Store icon. And then next, and you can select your RAM size and your disk size based on the available disk and memory on your computer. So once that is done, you can launch from here. I already launched my emulator. This one is my iOS emulator, and this one is my Android emulator. Okay, once that is done, you can start building the app. I hope that much is done. to set up your environment. And the next thing we need to know is Firebase. This is where we will be storing our data. So in Firebase, there are many services that we can use, but for this workshop, we will be using Firestore database alone. Okay. And we have a few steps left to set up Firebase so that we can connect with our app that we will do later. Once Firebase and Flutter is ready, you just have to create your Firebase project, okay, that much. Then we'll do the rest later. Now, the next thing is, we'll go back to Flutter documentation on the UI. We will be using text, columns, and maybe row, and we will be using container widget, and we will be using the list view. List view. Okay. We will be using list view. And for our demo purpose, our UI layout will be very simple. Okay, anyway, it will be very simple. Here I have done one sample UI layout. Here we can enter our to-do text. And maybe we'll add some button here so that we can click on it and then add the to-do item. Or we can maybe use this button that we will decide later. And then below, there will be a list of to-do items, okay? That much we will do today. Okay, up to that point, is there any questions or any doubt or any problem that we can solve right now before proceeding to the connection between Firebase and the app, the client app? I'll try to answer if I can. Mizo trong kun zo the ka she reng tur o sap trong kher khangai chung lawa kan set up vek to em a practical kan ti tran to do na wang khan kan environment kan lo ready ve kha angai to na chuan Android Studio mang the nan manga thầy chia lâu point Visual Studio Code kan manga chuan computer chak vak lo nei tan chuanin physical device connect make all sama china khan karon tilang zoi to a physical device connect khachuan tuna henin kan connect le chinanga ti kan connect chia khan lai device lisa henin moron kala soi mai chu debugging kha enable ve nga ya developer mode ta khanin kan phone kha kan set angai khami kha kan ti thiam ve kem o PCA MCA zil to chuanin kan kha chuin lo explore ve view to karenga chuan chuanin soi ngai lo tura kan da de ngota inti thiam angem ti thiam chuan thim tura nga yang chuan kamin connect nu kan thela hian poilo Flutter version ni nang lo man kha poilo wa tuna point ke problem ni chin na kan nei na chana ka hemi kan call la hian app kan kha thi lui deuh te a kan thar deuh te oma Flutter version thang hi kan da chu and switch ko na kan problem alo omania hetup ka tuna ka man lai me Flutter version po hi a hui sha ta 2.11 game ni so is make 01 here 11 chinahan kami ni wang khan Firebase kan man tur point na kina karon so ifia ha latest version ha ka mang the lo ni alai te kha Flutter kan man a version kan man azir khan I khang kan install cho ve ngai ni chu tu sama chuan a latest hi til tharap ti tur tan chuan a latest ha kan mang me ama ro chu application hui te kha kan upgrade vek thei lo kami ni khanin I Flutter hui de te han man le ngai tang thong trin ani okay chuan in phone in connect khan in phone computing power kha build na kana ba mang de ngani build zo nuwa app ran na ba man de bang khan in call a chak bak lo chuanin tangkai bi ngani all sam pha chuan tu na pen ke poka phone kan connection a ki hian ron lang me ya chuan emulator bang chuan an emulator man than thang me ya nga chuan kan tiang chuanin khami chin kha in setup thei tura kan ngai do nam niang problem nei inon choi si lawa kanin ha reng chuan hun kha kal zel sia chuan kan chun zom me ngo khami chin kha kan environment setup tura khanin kan mo to pa ngai ta potila chuan kan han ti chawanga kan phur veu ta le enga mo te kan ti bel zelanga hun om chuan hun tlem deu wangin thil tam tak han dalu kha kan man ka ring lawa chuan basic deu lagin kan ti chaw do na ni chuan chokmalama khan UI widget om thei dan sang te kan han en prop to ra a zong tong thei chu kan cover man lawa kan ma mo tlang pui tu te kan cover ra hei hi lunch break lai khan tem kan han rem thin nei me ya kana chokma kan app chim to tho khan ya hi amar chu ka discover vek to na bullet angin fresh in app kan chim thalenga kan bel jok nan chon bu kan tan thale do na ni hi kalau siam zoi na chu la hianin input field ta omanga noya list ta omang chuan elimi thil text kan enter no sorry ta hian text kan enter khan kan style submit emo ela hian mo kan da anga chumi kan enter role chuan server a install anga chuan server install ho song khata hian ron install ani chu kan ti tum anianga khami china kha kan thiam chuan apa khi chu kan mamo dan requirement azir khanin kan explore zel theini heta documentation a okay zo train kalo so tu le video train this is the basic UI. One second. This is the basic UI that I have created during that lunch period. It's a very basic one. We have an input field and there is a list of to-do items below. So whenever we enter the to-do item and then click enter or submit, we may be adding one button here or maybe use this button for submitting the to-do items. Once we click that, it will store the data to the Firebase database. And once that is done, we'll keep watching whether there is data in Firestore, the Firebase database. And whenever there is a data, we'll start pulling it and then show a list here. So it will be reactive in nature, meaning that you don't have to refresh the page. It will automatically populate the list based on the data you entered here. And if we have time, we may be adding delete button for the to-do items. If we don't have time, maybe that I will leave it for you to complete it. So that is pretty much what we have to do during this live practical session. Okay, now moving ahead, we'll go back to Firestore a bit. In order to use Firebase, we have to set up the project that I think you have already done. And once you are inside the project console, you can see that there is Firestore database. Once you click on that, you can create a database. Here, there is a production mode and test mode. In production mode, write to all the data inside this database is blocked by default, denied by default. So that only when you need to have access on those documents, you add rules so that you can write on it. So this is for security purpose. But during test period or development period, the right to all the document is allowed up until 23rd of next month. Sorry, yeah, 23rd of next month. It's about a month. We can always increase this, or we can just have allow read write true, just like that. But that is very insecure. So for the purpose of that, we allow it only for a period of 1 month here. So that is the default rules. Okay, we'll use test mode and then next. Now here we can select the data center, but this one is predefined. It was selected while creating the project. So here we can also create a select like Mumbai data center, some Asian data center. There are so many Google data center that we can select, but this is a default one. I'll just use it for now. If you want to change this, it has to be changed while creating the project. I forgot to change it. Maybe that's the reason why it's still US Central. Okay, now we are provisioning the Firestore. Just for your knowledge, I will just give you a brief the difference between this real-time database and Firestore database. In real-time database, it's a JSON-based database where we store files in a hierarchical manner. Like, for example, you have a key and a list of values, and in the values you can have key and value in what we say nested nature. Let me show you once. Okay, let it be created like that. Even here also, let me just select that one in the central, enable. Okay. See, here I'm going to create, okay, this is the first node of this JSON structure. Okay, now add this and P1, value 1, like that we can add. Okay, now we can add more. One second, very loud. You can add more like that, P2. Or instead of simply adding the value here, you can add another hierarchy like that. So you can keep on nesting the database like this. So it's simply a JSON tree. That is what real-time database is. And in Firestore database, which we are going to use, there is a collection, and under collection we have documents. So that is how the hierarchy is. And inside documents also we can have collection, and then collection can have documents, and those documents can have another collection. So we have collection and sub collections, and inside collection we have documents. So our first collection will be since we are going to create to-do app, that we name it as to-dos. Okay, and the document ID, let me get automatic ID, and in a to-do item we can have text. Here it will be shop for grocery. Okay, let me save it like that. Okay, now in to-dos collection we have one document called and this document holds this text, and another document for another to-do item. So, okay, now we have two items here under this collection. Right now, I'm just adding these documents from this UI, but we will be doing it from the application from here. So every time when we enter the to-do item and click enter, it will create a document under this collection. That is what we will be doing. And here, it's better maybe to have created at timestamp also, so that we can know when it was created. Okay, like that. Okay, and maybe in the later version, we may be able to create like due date and stuff like that. But for simplicity, let's just stick to this for now. So we have to-dos collection and documents, and under documents, we can have sub-collection. So here we can have sub-collections like maybe if we add more features to this app, we can have shared to users collection. Here, for example, user ID. Say, okay, what it means is that this to-do item can be shared to this many users, something like that. Okay, so there will be a collection of users here to whom we are sharing these documents, this to-do item. So that can be an added functionality, but for this course, for this session, we will be doing only the simpler version. I'm just showing what can be done on Firestore. Okay. So now you see the difference. This Fire real-time database and Firestore database. In real-time database, it's a JSON based tree. In Firestore database, it's a collection and documents. Collection, documents, sub-collection, documents. And the advantage in real-time database is the read-write cost and time. You can write more number of data per second on real-time database. So if you are writing a chat application, maybe suitable to use real-time database. In Firestore database, read-write is more costly, and you have lesser number of write per seconds. But the advantage is the complex query support. In real-time database, data query is very limited. You have very limited query tools. And in Firestore, we have more tools to query the data. That is one big difference and one big advantage and disadvantage. And most of the time, for normal application use, we use Firestore database, since data is more structured like this. Okay. So now we have our Firestore database, and in order to connect with our application, we have to download one configuration from these project settings. Okay, you go to your console, open, and next to project overview, there is a gear icon and project settings. Here, right now we don't have any app, so we have to add our app first. Let me create Android app. Okay. This is the package name that we have created earlier. What was our package name? Okay. This is our package name. Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to do it now because I wanted to create a fresh application, a fresh project in Android Studio, and I work on that so that we have more understanding of everything from the beginning. So we add this package name here and then this and that, and from here we can download the config file. And that config file has to be added somewhere here. I'll do that later. And then once that is done, we can connect our application with the Firestore services. Okay, so up to that point, is there any question? After this, we're going to start doing the actual development. Is there any question? Rồi, tôi đến này bắt đầu đúng không? YouTube lama kan kalau ende lawan chok lama kan question te kalau on ne wa question hele ma te ne on ta en o chong la vai. Okay, and each one will start right away. Okay, so if you can follow, you follow it from the beginning. Okay. If you cannot, you can watch carefully. Maybe you can watch later from YouTube live stream again. I think for the recorded session. Let me close this one. Disconnect the device. Okay. Now from here, create new Flutter project. Flutter application, and we have to give name. I'm going to call it Lily to app. This is the package name. I'm going to rename it. Okay, creating project. While it's creating, let's go to pub.dev. This is the package repository for Dart. Here you can search like thousands of packages, readily made packages. Here we are going to use Firebase package. This is created by Google themselves, the Firebase team. And okay, right now it's 9.0.1. This is the latest version, but we cannot use the latest version with my current setup. So I'm going to check the older version. This is the one that is compatible with my setup. So one second. Okay, now it's done. The project creation is done. So to add extension or package, we have to go to pubspec.yaml. Here there is a dependency node. Under this we have to add a package. So let's go back to this Firebase. Installing. There are like two ways. One is by using command line. It's easier like this, but for simplicity, let me use this model this way. Just the package name and the version. You copy that and then you add it here. Okay. Since I need 8.0.0, I'm changing it to I'm downgrading it to 8.0.0. So once that is done, we can click pubget. Or in some cases, if you're using Visual Studio Code or even in Android Studio, automatic PubSpec update is available, so it will download automatically. Okay, now it's done. See, running Flutter pubget and process finished. Now we have Firebase, but that is not sufficient. We need Firestore. What Firebase does is it brings the core library access. And for using Firestore, we have to use Cloud Firestore package. Okay. So if we search Cloud Firestore, you can see here. Again, this one I need to use the older version. The one tagged with null safety. It is the new version of Flutter, where null safety is enabled. So most of the time, this is very experimental, and we have very limited package support. So because of that, we don't use it for production now. So I'm going back to this 0.16.0 plus 1. And the package name is Cloud Firestore. Okay, Cloud Firestore. Okay. Bucket. Downloading. Okay, done. Now we have Firestore and Firebase package ready, but it's not connecting to the Firebase service yet. In order to do that, we have to add our app on Firebase console. Here, this is where we have to add. I have already shown you the steps to reach this page. So here we have to add the package name. It was home.nelly.to app. If you don't know what is your package name, you can check it from your Android folder app and then build.gradle. And here you can see under default config application ID. Okay. See, I'm making a mistake. Page name is like that. Okay. And here you give a nickname. And this is signing config. Okay. Let me explain this a bit. When you are building for production or for debugging purpose, you have to sign your APK in order for you to install that application in your phone or in your friend's phone without the need to allow the phone to allow the APK to be installed. You can install once you sign it. So in order to do that, you need to get a signature of that signing key. So that can be created from here. Once you build your APK and your iOS, your app bundle, it will ask you to create a key. That will be, you have to save it somewhere, save. For my case, I save it here. This is the signing key. The signing key, it ends with .jks, okay? And the signing key will have password like this, those. And from this signing key, we can extract the SHA. But I'm going to remove it because we don't need it right now. It's only required for dynamic links and Google sign-in to be able to test correctly. Without also, we can, but right now we don't need this sign-in and all, phone number, sign-in and Google and dynamic links. We don't need this for now, so we'll just skip it. And then register app. Okay, now it's done. Okay, now we can download the Google services.json file. Okay, we'll download it here. Even if you don't download it here, you can still download from the console. I'll show you later. And this is what we have. The next step we have to do is we have to add this line on our Gradle file. See here it says, download it, modify your build Gradle file to use the plugin. We have to copy this and Gradle file under dependency. Sorry. Here. We'll add this line. And the rest, we don't have to do anything. And here, this one, implementation. This one is at the app level build Gradle. See there we have two Gradle. One is under app and one is at the project level. They call this app level build Gradle, and this one has the project level build Gradle file. So if whenever they refer to the app level build Gradle file, they have to go to this. So here we can add here under dependency. We may have a little bit of a problem when we start building it, but we'll fix along the way, because I'm just referring to the latest version of Firebase here. But since we install the older version, we may have to refer to the older version of this library. So we'll just try to fix along the way. Okay, once that is done, we can try to build it. Let's see if we have any problem. Nothing will happen on the UI. It will remain the same, but in the background, our application is connecting to the Firebase service. So let's wait. While it's building, let me go back to the main.dirt. Since this is a fresh application, we have our counter application, the basic counter application really set up here. So I'm going to clean it up a bit here instead of this. See, now I'm having an error. It's the same text archive merger exception. Okay, this is very important if we want to work with Firebase services. Every time when you see this, you need to know that you need to enable multi-text support in your application. So that has to be enabled here. It's your app level build Gradle. Multi-text enabled true. Okay.
Sir, talking now.
Oh,
Minimum SDK version 21 về là cái ông door cái multi-text enable cái ai đầu tiên à.
ngay lâu về. Oh. Minimum hi nè, in đủ đa là gì rồi nè. Minimum kan bị sản chuan, kan supported device khác ken về thế là một. Like cái kalau say làm lâu tu vang chuan at default ang hanggaron da top ko tani. Okay. Ana ching tero. Jutuna ronjona ka poi mokok mai minimum SDK ni hianin thiltam taka hilani I kan library man thei te tin multi-text enable ngai le ngai lo te hinglo ko hi feature chi sang minimum SDK na aron control hom ta chu 16 kan ta hi chuanin a hui ve to ang ngani SDK version 16 hi Android engzat nge ni ka SDK 16 hi Sixteen. Android 4 vel toni kimo 2012 October ka latest revision ania. Kim yang vel ki kan juk support don tina ni juk hit yang vel bora phone release. Ompo tam to lo me thiama ro chu kan application ina a target user a zil khan apoi mota ni. Entinan WhatsApp te hi mi zong man tu rati ani pang khan WhatsApp anga te chuan an ngai poi mo via wanga helai niam theyang ber support hi amaro chu kan application ka tinan gaming lampang te rawi ta se game te ro siam taila niam support ka thei lo mai theya atu na lem lo ani chan chu game khel tu chuanin mobile phone thar ber kha an nei tang pui je la gamer tak chuan chak tha deuh te mo khating ani bang khan poi mo lutuk lo the ani kan man dan tu rezil khan. But for now, I'm going to stick to 16 since it is a default. We have to increase this one. We might not have to enable multi-text. But if it is 16, we need to enable multi-text. Otherwise, we cannot build if we use Firebase. Okay, now I'm building it again, so let's see. Since it's take time, I'm going back to main.dirt. While we're changing something here, I'm going to rename it. Maybe to do. Here, this is the title bar. Okay. Now we'll start working from here. Let me clean this up. Okay, let's start from here. So we'll start with container. Oh, sorry. I built it on my physical phone. Let me remove these and start again. Sorry. Okay. Now I'm selecting the emulator. It will continue building here. And okay, we'll start with container, child, and a container can have a child of any type of widget. So previously I've shown you what my intended layout will be. So it will be like text input and a list of to-do items. Therefore, we need a column-based layout. So we'll add column here, and column and row widget needs to have children, multiple widget. So we need to have children, and the top part will be text input, and the bottom part will be list of to-do items. And here, let me use text form field. In the text form field, let's see what are the parameters we have. Here we can have so many options, but I'm going to use decoration because I wanted to change the hint and the maybe label also we can change, but let me use decoration for hint, input decoration. See, this thing, you need to know what are the type of these parameters. Then based on that, you have to initialize the classes, the widget classes. So these can come from practice. So I'm not learning it by heart, but while practicing, something are like stick to our brain, our memory. So you can start working more smoothly. But most of the time, I use Google and maybe documentation to check back what are the available widgets and what are the types and what parameters can be passed into the widgets. So for now, for decoration, since decoration is an input decoration type, so we have to initialize as input decoration, and under this we can have hint text. So hint text is string, so we can directly pass string. So for the string, let's say enter to do item. Okay. The application may be doing too much work on its main thread. Okay, which is the problem with emulator if you have low memory. Okay, now we have text input field here. Okay, enter to do item as the hint text. Hint text means when you click on it and when you type, the hint text will be gone. So that is what hint text does. Okay, and I think we may have to add more space on the left and on the right. So here I add padding. To add padding, we have add insets only on the left. Let's say 16. This 16 unit is the normal spacing for the left and right. It's very common in material design. So we normally use 16 for the left and the right. Now we have our to-do item entry box. here below, we will have our list view. Okay, if I just add list view here, we are going to have a problem. I'm going to show you. See, so many errors here. Layout problem. I think I've talked about it a bit in the earlier session, that list view is a special kind of UI element. So we need to have a special treatment for list view because it needs to have a scrolling interactivity, and the list can grow based on the user input. So we have to have a separate or special treatment. So what the problem is, every list view tries to fill up the whole space. But since there is one item already here, it cannot fill up the whole space, so we have a layout problem. So what we have to do now is we tell list view that this is only the available space for the list view to occupy. So to do that, we have expanded widget. So here we can add list view like that. Now I think the problem should be gone. Yeah, okay. Now we have the list here below the input field. Okay. So now the next thing is, now we have our basic UI. Let me remove the floating action button since we are not going to use it. I'm going to remove the floating action button. Okay, now gone. Maybe we want something here for like maybe a small button. Let me check what do we have in the input decoration. Here we have our label text, helper text. Helper text is, let me just quickly show what a helper text is. If you read appearing below the input field. And what else? See, there is a suffix icon and also a prefix icon. Sorry. And it's a widget. So it's a widget meaning that we can add even a button also here. So it can be here or on the rear side. Let me try to add a suffix icon, and I'll use icon button. Here, no. Icon button, and the icon can be plus or second. Add. Okay. Icon needs to be inserted inside icon widget. This is the icon widget that is responsible for the displaying icons, and this is the actual icon file that it references to the actual icon font file. So if I save it, we have our plus button here, and an icon button have an on press required parameter. So we'll set that up on pressed. Just add a blank function for now. We should be able to press yes. Okay. And instead of putting a blank function here, let's create a method create to do. Okay, I'll add here void create to do. Okay, use that one later. And okay, I can still press it. And one thing we will have to implement is we should be able to allow the user to be able to press on this button only when text is entered here. If it is empty, we should disable this to prevent the unnecessary interaction. So that we have to create a logic here, and we have to check whether there is text in this field. Okay, for that we need to assign controller in this text form field. Okay, and this I'm going to name it as input text controller. We have to declare this somewhere here. Text editing controller. Okay. And this one is now attached to this. Okay. Whenever there is a text entered here, it will be captured by this controller. So we can access that value using input text controller.text. Okay. Text. Now, if this text length is 0, we will disable this button. Otherwise, we'll enable it. Okay. Now, see, the button is disabled. I cannot click on it anymore. And here we have, we can still enter. Let me start entering. Okay. Now it's not changing, right? Why is that? Because the state change is not communicated to the UI. So for that, we need to use the set state or state management. For brief explanation, the state management is one big component in an application. For this example purpose, we're not going to use any state management package. We're just using the one that comes with Flutter, which is called set state. But for bigger application, there are options like provider, block, and earlier we have seen get. So in get also they have state management. So those state management needs to be used in bigger application for easier management of state across different pages and across the application. But for now, we'll use set state. So what that does will be whenever there is a text change here, we will have to communicate to the UI. So how do we do that? I think here there should be an option on change here. On change. So a text form field has an on change method. It is a null function, a void function, sorry, and it will pass, it will return this string, the value of that form field. So I'll do it like this, and then instead of checking text length here, is empty. Let's put empty. Let me declare that variable here. Okay. Here we declare it as a Boolean variable. It's empty true by default. And now, whenever there is a change in the value of the text or the length of the text, we can get the value here and we'll check the length. If it is 0, is input p. Okay. If the length is 0, input empty is true. If it is not equal to 0, it will be false. So this variable will decide whether we have to enable or disable this. But again, here I think we have to set the state. Okay. Okay. Now let's see. Okay. Now, if there is no value entered here, it's disabled. Once we start entering it, we can start playing it. It's enabled again now, and you can start clicking on it. Okay, now we are done with the UI of the input portion. And one more thing I would like to do is I want to add a small space here between this list and this input text. So I'll use sized boxed widget. Size box is simply an empty box that has size like height and width. So it's very useful tool for adding some space, some fixed space. So here I'll add height of like 16. Okay, now we have 16 space here, and we have the list view. And list view is supposed to have list style instead of text. That is the normal widget for the list view. For a list view, we have title, and title is a widget. Here, okay, just check first. Okay, now there is spacing and stuff like that because it's much prettier than before, right? Because this styling is inbuilt within this list style widget. So it added some space between these items, and we can start scrolling on it. Okay, now that part is done. Any question up to that? If you have a question, you should ask now. Otherwise, we're going to move forward. Okay, then no question. What about YouTube? Let me check. Okay, no question. Okay, and one more thing I'd like to add is the see, when we click on this, okay, this input, we have an action button here. This is called action button. We can configure it to our so that we can use it for our requirements. Like for example, when we enter some text here, we want to show here a submit button, or we can handle this submit button to submit this to do item instead of manually clicking it here. It's more accessible to the thumb, so it will be easier for the user. So to do that, there is a on field submit. We have this method. We can use that one. I'll use it later. Sorry, I'll use it later. And there is one text input action, one parameter. So using that parameter, we can change the type of input action here. It may be next button. It can also be a cancel button. We can configure this one. That can be done from text input action. See, by default, it's a done. And let's say, let's use new line. Okay. Let me rebuild. Maybe it's not refreshing. Okay, see, now it's changing to a new line button. So that can be configured from this text input action. In our case, we'll stick with the default and we'll handle it through on field submitted. On field submitted is a function. So we can assign a function here. Since we have created create to do function already here, I'll just use this one. Okay, it requires some value to be passed on to it. 1 second. Forget that for now because it's going to add another complication. Okay, now we have our UI enter to do an input and the button and a list of items. The next thing we have to do is write to the server. I think earlier we have already added these packages. Okay, and let's hope that it's working fine. To do that, let's start looking at the documentation what do we have here? Cloud Firestore. I have not shown you this website yet. It's a firebase.flutter.dev. Here, everything that can be documented about Firebase and Flutter, it is covered. And it is an official documentation from Google, Flutter team. So it's very reliable. I think you should start from this website, firebase.flutter.dev. Okay. Okay, now, okay, I forgot to add this one. 1 second, let me change this one. See, I have made a small mistake here. I was using null safety package. I should have used this legacy package. Let me use this one. Spec. Okay, that's all. I have to change that one. Now, going back to the usage. Okay, here, in order to write to this collection, where is that? Okay, let me complete this one. Okay, in order to write to this console, this database, we have to create an instance. First instance, and then the next thing is we can create an instance of the collection and then add document like this. It's that simple, very simple. Okay. Earlier, I missed one thing. Let me just go back again. I was telling you guys that we can download the configuration, the JSON configuration file from the console. So this is where you can get. You go to project settings and general, and below that, after you add your application, this will come up, and here you can download it. Even after you add your app. While adding the app, there is an option to download. Even if you don't download there, you can still download it from here. And this is only for Android. If you want to add iOS, you have to add iOS and download a separate Google Service JSON file for iOS. But today, I think we may be able to cover only Android setup. Okay, moving back. Now, let's, okay. We already have to-dos collection. Even if we don't have any to-dos collection here, we can simply create it from the application. So this is not required to be pre-created. Okay. Now, now that we have already added our Firebase core library and Cloud Firestore, as part of the documentation here, where is that? Okay, here. Here it's saying that we have to add Firebase core and Cloud Firestore. This is the version that it supports right now. And this is already done, sync with the package library repository. And the next thing is how to use. Okay, we'll start using it. Let me copy this one. We only have main.dat file so far. And here we have our create to do method. And I'm going to declare the instance here. Okay. Now we have an error message showing here. It means that we have to import this class. So if you click on this red bubble, you will be presented with an option. Even in Visual Studio Code, this option is there, but the UI is slightly different, but you have a similar kind of autocomplete implementation. So once that is done, that package is imported here. See, this is what even the documentation says. You need to import this. Okay, but if you don't do that, also the IDE will tell you to import it. Okay, now we have our Firestore instance created, and now the next thing is we need to have a collection reference. This collection reference, I'll create it here. Instead of using Firebase Firestore instance, I can directly use Firestore like that. And our collection name is to-dos. And this also to-dos. Okay. I'll just copy this one. Our collection reference is to-dos and then add, and this is the data that we have to add. If you look at this data, it's 1 second. Let me delete this. Okay, we have text, and some text will be here. We will get it from the input field later. What this code does is it creates an instance of the Firestore database as a whole, and from that Firestore database, it creates an instance of the to-dos collection. As I've said, this to-dos collection need not be pre-available before like this. This can be deleted actually. Okay, let me delete anyway. Okay, now once we have that instance, from under that collection, we can add a document, and that document is this JSON text, this format. Okay, and once that add function complete, this then function will be called. And here we may add later maybe a snack bar or an alert button or an alert message or something like that. But for now, it's simply print on the console here. And if there is any error, it will print it out on the console. That is what it will do. Okay, now whenever we press the add button, we call create to do. So this will be called and this code will be executed. Let's check whether it's working or not. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. I forgot one thing. Let's go back to get started. See, this is why I would like to do it during this session, the overall development process, because this will be, most of the people, when we start developing it, this will be the problem you faced. So I wanted to solve along the way. So the problem now is that, see, it's saying here that no Firebase app has been created. You need to call initialize app. We have already connected to our Firestore, but we have not initialized it within our app. So that is what we have to do. Okay. So let me go back and then check the documentation. See, this is what we need to do. Initialize app. Only this much. We have to call it here within the main function, and then here. The first widget. Let me just copy it and then paste it here, okay? Like that. And we have to import the Firebase. Now we have our initialization. Okay, let me rebuild it and check. Okay, I think it's stuck. Let me rebuild. If you have any doubt or like questions even in between, just step in, okay? You can ask anything. If I can answer it, I'll try to give the best answer. Okay, now it's installing. Okay, another problem arises. Okay. I think our initialization is incorrect. Let's see here. Future build. I see. 1 second. Now we have to implement this. Let me explain the future builder. See, when initializing this Firebase app, it's trying to connect to the server and authenticate using our JSON file and make sure that we are connecting to the correct project. So that takes a little bit of time, like a few milliseconds. So we need to wait that before we start. We are trying to start writing or reading from the database. If we do that, we are going to get a similar kind of error all the time because we are trying to access before initialization complete. So in order to make sure that initialization is completed, this future builder is used. So what this future builder will do is we have a future parameter here in future builder. So this will be the initialization method here. So it will call this method and wait for it, and only after it completes that process, it will start building the UI. So that is what it does. Okay, so we will use this, and we will add our widget inside this future builder. So let me convert our application a bit. 1 second, let me pull this down here again. Sorry. Okay, now even this one also, simply have to do it here for now, and initialization. Okay, now this is our main scaffold, and inside it we have our container, and I will wrap this with a future builder. And in our future builder, we have to have a future and builder. Builder will be container. Builder is a function, and it needs to return this widget. Here we have our context. What else is required? Context plus snapshot. Okay, snapshot. So this snapshot will carry the instance of the application which has been initialized. So if we have our snapshot successfully, means if the connection state is done, we can return our main widget UI. If we have an error, we can return some error message, but right now I'm not going to cover this portion. I'm just going to use this, and while the process is loading, we have to show a loader screen. So that one I can cover it right now. Okay, if snapshot connection state, connection state is done. If it is done, then we can show our main UI. So that is what this code does. I can wrap it inside a curly brace, or I can do away with it since it is only one line after the if statement. Okay, now if that is not happening yet, we will be showing loader UI. There is a loading widget that comes with Flutter, which is called circular progress indicator. We can use this one, or there is also a linear progress indicator. I think linear progress indicator will be much better right now. So instead of simply, see, right now our main application just have a future builder, and then if this state is not yet complete, it will simply show a loading bar. So we just have to style a bit. Let's center it vertically and horizontally. So I'll add it under center widget. And let me comment this out to check whether our loading screen is working correctly or not. 1 second. Reload. Stop. And start. Okay. When you build your app in debug mode, whenever there is an error, it will stop at that error, which is called a breakpoint. And we have to continue from that breakpoint. Sometimes it happens and you just have to stop and then restart it. In some cases, it will not continue loading anymore, so you have to stop it and then restart. That is what I was doing just now. Okay, now it's loading. Again, core not initialized. Cannot be null when creating a secondary file-based app. We're having another problem. Initialization. Oh. Loader screen is showing anyway. Let me just wrap this one with padding. Insert that. Now it's working fine. Okay, we have to test whether we can start adding this to-do item from our code. Okay, so right now it will not take the data from this input field because I just put it manually here, but we can start testing this button. Let me add some random text. And then click on it. Now we have an error. Initialize. Okay. I see. I'm setup full of let's go back to the documentation and see where we make this. Okay, this is point. Let me add this one. The rest, I think we have done everything exactly as the documentation. Let's see whether it's working. Okay. Since we are using stateful widget, that's where we have the problem. Use this one instead. Okay. Stateful widget. Initialized is false. And we use this initialization code. Here. False. And state. State. Instead of using filter builder, we'll try to use this stateful method. Check this. If not initialized. Log on. Stop here and that's all. One. Here. Click center. One. Log on. Here. Reflection on. Okay. Sorry. I forgot to, I just realized that we forgot to use the JSON file. Sorry. Uh, earlier we have downloaded this JSON file and we have to paste it under this Android folder. So that was not done. That was the mistake, sorry. Here we have, if you can check here, Android installation. I think it's mentioned here. As configuration file. Okay, JSON file. Add this file into Android app directory within your Flutter project. That's the mistake. Okay, now where is it? Android projects. My needed to do app. Android app. Okay. So make sure it is renamed exactly like this, Google services. If you have so many projects and downloaded so many Google services JSON file, it will be named something like that, in like 1 or maybe 10. So make sure you rename it. See, that was the problem. Like when you don't have the configuration file, you cannot initialize it. That's the problem. It's trying to connect the server and the server is rejecting that connection. So let's see whether it's working now. It's taking too much time. Why? Initialized. Let me download it again. Okay, what is the problem now? Stateful. Let me go back to the documentation. Let's see why it's not working. Let me check this one, the Google Service version. We have used 4.3.10. Okay. Why? Correct, we have enabled it. Okay, implementation. I think I forgot this one. Okay, enabling this. Okay, okay. That much. Okay, let's try again. It turns out it's still not connecting to the server. Okay, now we have done up to this much initialization. We have done this much already. Okay, future builder. State file. While it's building again, let me open a quick question session again, so that let me ask whether you have followed up to this point. Is there anyone who can follow me up to this point? Anyone? Or you're just listening and watching?
So, sir, I have a question.
Yes,
so
please.
This React and all these things. So, I think you have worked with React and this Flutter. So, like in your opinion, like what do you think is more better and why? And the other cross platform development. Like, can you just do a small comparison here?
Between React Native and Flutter, right?
Yes.
Okay. It will be totally depends on the personal likings actually. Both React Native and Flutter, they are both very good. But in terms of what to say, acceptance within the community and availability of packages and tools, React Native is more mature right now, and more corporate are using it, and more people are using it. But the fact that I want to focus on Flutter today is because it's very promising, this Flutter, and it's gaining popularity, and tools are also developed more and more every month, every day. And it's coming from Google themselves, and the compatibility with Android device is very, very good. The generated code, the generated native code from React Native versus Flutter, Flutter is performing much better than React Native from my comparison. And however, the easier, like the ease of use point of view, React Native is coming from React.js, so you can write a code from using JavaScript based code. So that is much simpler to learn. And also, since we have, since it has been here for a very longer time compared to Flutter, we have better tools, better resources compared to Flutter. In Flutter, things are still developing, and see, right now also we are facing a problem because I am not following the documentation as part of their latest documentation. I was just doing what I know from my memory. And besides that, the change in the version is very rapid. If we look at Firebase plugin package itself, see the changes, it's very frequent. If you look at Cloudflare Store package, see, it keeps on changing and updating, and we need to meet these changes rapidly every day. So because of this, it's kind of difficult actually to have a very stable and up-to-date Flutter app right now. But the fact that it's based by Google, and since Google is the company behind Android phone, the compatibility and the integration between Flutter Dart code and Android native in the future is more likely to be better than React Native comparatively. So because of that, I prefer Flutter over React Native, but it's purely dependent on the personal choice as of now. And also one more thing, the APK, the app generated from React Native, is slightly bigger than the app generated from Flutter because of how the native app is generated and how the Flutter Dart is communicated with the native code. In React Native, there is this thing called virtual DOM. So that is used by the React Native API to communicate with the native environment, maybe iOS or Android. Okay, now it's coming. Let's see whether it's working now. Okay, let's see. It's not writing anything. Is there any error? No error. Okay. Okay. Now it's the app is loading. Let's try to continue. Did I answer your question, or is it sufficient?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, sir.
Okay. Now we have initialized our app. I think we have to reconfigure a bit where we initialize our Firestore instance. Okay, here.
So I have a question on behalf of the student.
Yes.
In order to build their career for this web app development in mobile applications development, what kind of, in what way they will concentrate? I mean, what are the prerequisite knowledge they need to have, and which area they must concentrate in many of the basic, I mean, computer science subject. What will be the area in which they have to concentrate to become a professional programmer in this area?
Yes, for software development, software engineering is very important. Even I myself overlooked many times during our study, but looking back, I find that it's very, very important. The software engineering, that is one point. Okay. See, when we deal with client and when we design software, then we are, even if we are doing it manually, more or less we are following what the book says. When we look back at the book, it was all written there. So it's much better to refer to a book which is being researched, which is being improved over time and written by a very experienced computer science theorist. So it's much easier to follow the book while looking back. But during study, we normally overlooked software engineering. So I think software engineering is very important, first of all. And the second thing is like the programming paradigm as a whole. Maybe C++ or C or Java or whatever, but the core paradigm is still the same. It remains the same. See, even right now also I'm using Dart for coding this one. We never learned Dart during engineering, but we learn it because we know the basics of C and the basics of Java. And from there, when new language come, we can easily familiarize ourselves on that language. So the basic paradigm of programming as a whole is very important. In MCA and PCA, I don't know what type of courses they have right now. During our engineering time, we have this thing called programming language and data structure. Those are very important. when we start coding, we don't know that in the beginning, we don't know that we use those things. But when we start coding and start implementing complex logic, those data structure and programming logics and paradigm that we have studied, those are very important. And we learn backward actually, but right now there are students. So if you can learn and familiarize yourself with those things, those are the basics. Once you know that, the rest of the thing is technology locally developed application. They are just frameworks. For example, Dart, I mean like this Flutter, React Native, they are just frameworks. You just need to learn what they offer. And you need to know how to use that. That is a separate thing compared to the core computer science knowledge. But once you have the core knowledge, those are like easy to learn, I can say. And there are like so many resources available in the internet. Especially the IT students and professionals, we are very lucky. Even at a very cheap price, some are like only 100 rupees. You can get Android course, Flutter course, and some also free. Even the documentation and tutorials are provided by the framework creator and stuff like that. So it's very easy for us to get resources. So overall, the core, those programming paradigm and the software engineering, those needs to be thoroughly learned. And then the framework. So in the framework and the application, we have to choose based on the market, based on the demand that is currently available. Right now, mobile demand is very high, mobile application. So for that, we need to have one tool that we can use it like very, very fluently. In our company, we have one mobile application developer right now. We wanted to hire more. Even then also, when we do interview and when we do recruitment, it's very difficult to find people who knows their tools very well. So if you're into Flutter or if you're into React Native, you need to be fluent with that tool. So that is what I can say, I think. Even in web also, see, right now in web, JavaScript is one of the most prominent language. And because of that, JavaScript-based frameworks are very popular, and we normally use it for web application these days. Like, for example, Vue.js, React.js. So if you know your tools and select your tools based on your style, because for some people, React.js is easy to learn. For some people, Vue is easy to learn. So based on your personal preference, you select the tools and learn it and then be fluent with it. Then you will be very, very, very valuable in today's market. Okay, let me try again. Let's hope it's adding here. Not yet coming to the server. Is the problem. Okay, am I answering what you're asking to the level that you expect? If there is any other question, please raise the question. I'll try to fix this issue right now and we'll proceed. Create to do, reference, to do's,
Sorry for replying a bit late. Yes, my
Sorry?
my answers are sorry. My questions are answered very clearly. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Welcome. Now it's working. Okay, now we can get moving again. Okay, now so far what we have done is we have set up the Firebase service to connect with our app. And we have made a few mistakes here and there, and we have rectified it. The main mistake was I was not following this documentation as such. There were slight changes there. So, and I missed a few things. So in order to enable multi-text here, we have to import the multi-text library. So this is used by Firebase. Okay, and here, even though we have linked Firebase service here, we have linked it, but we have to apply it here. Okay, so that was not done. That was one other mistake. And the third mistake was the way we set up this initialization. Okay, so now everything is connected and the Firebase is initialized, and while initializing we are showing a loader screen, a loader widget, and as soon as initialization is done, we have updated this variable and then start showing the actual UI, where we are showing the input field and the list of items. Okay, now we have attached this method create to do on the icon button that we have created here, and we call this function, and what this function does is it creates a to-do item using this data. So instead of this data, we will be taking the data from this controller, input text controller. Okay, so I'll just use it here, that, and let's see whether it's working or not. Okay, do add, see. Okay, now it's adding here. Okay, and the next thing we have to do is we have to clear this input field after we add the item. So that one, let me do it here. Okay, then is when this action completes, this then portion. Well, I'll add this code block here. So in order to clear, I have to refer to this controller again, controller.clear. That's all. Okay. Now for books. Now it's clear, and we have a new to-do item here. Okay. One more thing is missing. That one is the timestamp when it was created. So for this one, we have timestamp. This is coming from Cloudflare Store. Okay, it is this widget. Timestamp.now is taking the current time base that is compatible with the timestamp format of Cloudflare Store. So here we can also use another package or a completely different package to prepare the time to match with Cloudflare Store. But since it has its own inbuilt function, we'll just use this one. It's simpler this way. So I will add this one. So let me add. Okay. Now, new item. Okay, now we have the timestamp here. Okay. And the next thing we need to do is when we add this item, we want to show the list of items here. That is the remaining part, okay? And one thing I'd like to add here is, see, in the beginning, I didn't add this created field. Later on, from this point onward, I add created add. And the rest of the document, they didn't have created add. This is the beauty of NoSQL. Since there is no relational and structured table structure, we can add on the data types or the data fields as we need it along the way. In a relational database, you just have to change. You have to change the table structure if you have to change the data fields, but that is not required. You can just modify it while writing on the document. That is the beauty of NoSQL. Unstructured data, okay? And this is why many of the big data application is based on NoSQL database. Because in big data, we are extracting raw data from many sources, and those data cannot be properly structured. In some form, it may be in another format. In some other source, it may be in another format, in a separate format or different format. So those data can be like, for example, we are collecting users' biodata. The biodata coming from Facebook may be different. Biodata coming from the, Twitter may be different, but we can still put them together under users node, users database, or users collections. So that is the beauty of NoSQL, but it comes with some disadvantage also. So you read more about it. Okay, now we have added here the input, and then when we enter the text and click the submit button, it starts adding the data to the server. It's working now. Okay. Now the next thing is the list view. Okay. Here we have two ways. One is the simple way, and the other is the correct way of doing this, showing this list. The simple way is, since this is an array, we can have a variable that holds an array of items, and that array of items can be simply looped through here. That is one simpler way and a more classical way of doing this, showing a list view. But right now, what I would like to do is using a builder, list view builder method. Here, for this, let me continue. Builder. In the builder, we have index and context. Here we can return this style. And we can have an item count. See here, with a simpler, like a simpler syntax, we are showing 10 list items. And you can just increase this, and then we are showing 20 items here. Okay, and now what we should do is, what we're going to do is, we are going to fetch the data from the server, and the number of items returned, the total count will be set here. And here that data returned from the server will be indexed. And based on the index, we will be showing it here. For example, this is looped 20 times. So the first one will be index 0, and the last one will be index 19. So likewise, we will be showing the item here. So first of all, let's fetch the data from the server. So to do that, we will check the documentation again. so that even you can follow later on. Here, let's check writing data, querying data. This is how we get data from the server. Again, here I'm going to introduce one more widget, stream widget. Okay. This function, what it does is it gets 2 documents from users collection. And here we can also do an order by, and an ordering can be changed like descending true or false. And also we can get a range of items, like it starts from these and end at this. We can also do that by using this. But for now, I think we will just have to use this much. Okay. And the querying part, that for that one, see, there are 2 ways again here. We can do the querying part here, somewhere here. Okay. During initialization of the state, we can do the querying part and then fetch the data every time when we insert the new to-do item. But that is not the perfect way of implementing it. So what we have now is stream of data. So what we will do is we will create a stream that will continue listening to the to-do nodes. This collection, it will continue listening to this collection, and whenever there is a change, it will update the variable, the array variable that is going to be used here. Okay, so I'm going to create a stream here. Let me create a stream builder. And stream. Here we can use this function as the stream. Here do and order by. Okay, here the time field, the timestamp field we have added here. This is where it's becoming useful. We can sort it based on the timestamp. But since the other 3 didn't have it, let me just remove them because they will just mess it up. So let me remove these documents without timestamp. Okay. Now we have only 1 item with a timestamp, and I'm going to sort it based on the created at time. Okay. And let it be descending. And get. Okay, now this get is a query snapshot. As you can see here, if you hover over get method, you can see that it's a query function, a query snapshot, and it's a future. Future meaning that it's something that needs to be connected to the server and wait for something that has to come back. So we have to handle a little bit here and convert this future as a stream, because this is expecting a stream. See, stream dynamic. So we are going to convert these as stream. Okay. Now this query result becomes a stream, and here return view builder. Even here, since we have 1 item now, let me remove it again so that we can see the empty state. If snapshot is the response data that is from the server. If the snapshot has data, we can show the list of data. If not, we have to show a loader or maybe some text widget where we can say that we need to add to-do items above, or to do item. Okay. And also, okay, let it be like that. And now, item builder. Let me do it again. Sorry. If snapshot has data means if we have data and snapshot dot data dot length. This is also important. It's greater than 0. And item builder context and index and item count. Item count will be the length of the data return. Here we will return this style. It's a widget, so we'll pass text widget again, and here we'll fetch the first index like this. And 1 second. This data will be a list of documents coming from this to-dos collection. So this one item will be one document. So I'm going to create a variable here. Since it's a document, I'm going to create a document snapshot and store it here like this. And document dot data dot text. Okay. So we have the document. Okay. We have the document, and inside that we have a text field and a created add field. So I'm taking the text field here from the data of the document. Okay. Now let's see whether it's working or not. Okay. We have an instance of query snapshot. Okay. Main. Okay. Which one? Query snapshot. Sizes of me. Snapshot. Wrong. Ini tadi di bawah. Wrong. Di bawah lại cái này mới thể. No. We'll try that one. Okay, another one. And so for grocery. I'll let in refresh low key. We will check. Okay. Why it's not refreshing? Docs.link created at data. Now it's working. Okay, the mistake was I was using get, okay, instead of snapshot. Get is querying the database only once. Even though it was returned as stream, it's not keeping the connection alive. So because of that, I'm not getting changes from the server. So I'm changing this to snapshot. Once it is a snapshot, it is already a stream. So we are getting live link from the server. So even if I change this item from the server like this, it should be changed automatically. See. Okay. Now I think we are done with the base implementation of the To-Do app. If there is any question, we can stop here for a bit and we'll open the question session. Okay. And if you want me to revisit some part of the application also, we can do that. Hello? I hope I am audible. I feel like I'm talking to myself the whole day. Anyone? Do you want to continue further, add more functionality or more UI element? Or if you want, we can stop here. If you have any question on the code that I have written so far, that one also you can ask. Or if you want to implement some more feature and you don't know how or where to start, you can ask that question also.
Sir, delete features how
maybe there may be like different UI implementation. Like one very popular is you swipe it left or right, and then there is a delete action appearing, and you click on it and it gets deleted. And another one is you swipe it away. So for that, you have to implement gesture detector. And the simpler version will be click on it, pop up a window where a user can take actions like maybe delete or maybe edit, and click on that edit and you delete it. So Okay, is there any other question apart from that? If you can wait